Morning everyone and welcome to the council meeting for the 16th of April. Please join me in standing for the opening karakia. Whakatei, ki te uru, whakatakatakau ki te tonga, kia mana kina kantuta, kia mātata dai, i ana ti atakura, i tau, i huka, i hahu, tihe, mariora. Thank you very much. Now, just in accordance with Standing Order 6.8, at the request of the councillor, I'm advising that item 19, the notice of motion on micro-mobility, has been withdrawn from today's agenda. Apologies, Councillor Johansson will be attending online, and he will be an apology for partial absence. Lateness, okay. And Councillor Goff will be online and an apology for early departure. I'm happy to move it. Pauline's happy to second it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thanks. That's carried. I've noted Councillors Kewen and Goff have declared interests in item 9, the draft LAP. Can I have a move? What have we got? Mover and seconder to include supplementary report item 24. Sam Will and Melanie will second it. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Thanks. Carried. We have no. We have no public forums or petitions today, but we have a deputation. And I'd like to welcome Harrison, who will speak on behalf of Greater Otatahi regarding item 15, derelict buildings, issues and options.
Kia ora everyone, good to see you all again. So the general vibe of today's submission is going to be around the discussion you'll have today around the city vacant kind of differential and what you're going to do with going forward with that. We just want to kind of put on your radar and just have a wee chat about something along the lines of land value rating as a sort of thing that you might want to discuss in this context. So there's obviously the city has the city vacant differential, which is the rates multiplier for the vacant sites. And whilst that's gone a long way to tidying up the sites that were unseemly and quite frankly very under-maintained, it hasn't necessarily had the development impact we kind of thought it might. It hasn't encouraged development in the way we thought it would. And a lot of sites have just simply tidied up to keep themselves out of that rates multiplier rather than actually doing anything. It's a bit frustrating. So, after the earthquakes, we all know the city lost an incredible amount of capital value basically overnight, and it's been quite difficult to regain that. And so the kind of thought we're having is that it's actually might be potentially an issue with the rating system, disincentivizing development by incentivizing people to remain on those sites as they are. It's quite limited in its ability to actually encourage development when the thing that's being rated is the thing you want developed. Whereas for a land, if you rate something or you tax something, and inevitably supply starts to be pushed down. That doesn't happen with land because you can't, unless you physically take that land and remove it from existence, it remains regardless of whether it's developed or not. And so it's just that we might be asking you to just consider as an option to look at land value rating. So it's allowed under the LGA, and other cities use it for theirs. So Nelson uses it for theirs, and it's kind of shown itself quite effective at dealing with land banking in a way by sort of removing that incentive to sit on a site. So we have a sort of a case study. So there are two sites in Cathedral Square. Both have about the same size, so between 0.08 and 0.1 hectares. Both have a capital value of just over 3 to 3.5 million. One is developed and one is not. So the one that is developed, you have $32.6 million worth of capital on that site. So it's rated at 35 million, and the council receives just shy of $300,000 in rates every year from that site. The site next to it is undeveloped, and therefore there's no capital development on top of it. So what you receive instead is $29,000. Now, essentially, if we factor in capital gains and the income from this site that it is gaining through being a car park, you're looking at this person as making about $100,000 a year, roughly, on the site, for no improvement value and a little amenity to the city, and is also only paying $29,000 on a prime piece of inner city land that really could be used for a better purpose. In contrast, the neighbouring site has put in $32 million worth of capital development. They're making more, but they're also employing, they're adding to the amenity value of the city, and they're returning a higher rates base to the council. And so the question is that if this is the way that our rating system continues to look at things, it's almost like an incentive to not develop if you are okay just sitting on land. And so it's more that LVR better captures that value, or would better capture that value than the current rating system might in instances where it's an undeveloped site. And so it's kind of like the capital value rating doesn't quite capture that in the way that the city vacant differential kind of thought it might. And it sort of allows sites that might be exempt from that city vacant differential to continue existing in the way they do without necessarily any kind of incentive to develop. So like, for example, the Seagull Pit, which is exempt from the city vacant differential because technically it's considered a building. Despite the fact if you were to walk down there today, and I cycle past there, I can see from Victoria Square to Margaret Mahey. There's nothing on that site, but all of the sites on that site have either been improved or are exempt from the city vacant differential. It adds no amenity to the city. In fact, it's a bit of an amenity loss, and it sucks away to that part of that city. And it means that the northern side of the river is disconnected more from the arts precinct, which is not something I assume this council wants there to be a disconnect in the city from north to south. But the current system doesn't incentivise development on that site. And while I understand the mitigating circumstances of the site's use has just recently changed, it was still coming up 12 months ago that decision was made by the Catholic Church to leave that site. And as far as I'm aware, it still remains in a situation where no development is proposed. It's down to the point that even if we're talking about land value rating in this instance, the total value between 2019 and 2022 of unimproved land in the city grew by a $1.5 billion. So from $2.5 to $4 billion under this kind of capital rating system. It hasn't led to new developments in the same way we thought it would. And it also could actually be an interesting draw card to look at in terms of an overall rating system. So an LVR system could potentially see a reduction in rates for your median Christchurch property by 6%. That's an average, but it would be most beneficial for low income areas that are currently paying higher capital rates on lower value land. It would enable council to better recover the value of public investment, and because it kind of also tends to increase the value of that land. And so if you put an investment in and the land value increases regardless of its development, you then get a better return on it through a land value rate rather than a capital rate. So we're not saying to go ahead and change the entire rating system of the council today, for that is an immense task of Herculean proportions. But in terms of the discussion you're going to have today around vacant sites and the impacts they could have, I think it is worth just putting that on the table, that there are other options for you to consider, and that they do have benefits that could be more appropriate than the current system that we're looking at. So, cool.
Okay, all done. Any questions, please? Right, Celeste, Tim?
Thank you for that. It's very interesting. So are you saying that that's been applied in Nelson, did you say?
I believe Nelson has a land value rating as their main rating system, yes.
Yeah.
So you have to choose one of the other under the LGA.
And you think that, like you're saying, has had a positive impact in terms of
as far as I've seen with Nelson, yeah, it seems to have done quite well up there, and it was something that was also considered, and Wellington is considering it as well at the moment, I think. But I don't know at what point they are on that.
And have you looked at any other? As part of that, have you looked at any other tools that would be useful in a Christchurch specific context?
I personally have. This is just as an organisation we've drawn this up, but I can get back to you on that if you want. Yeah.
Thanks.
Tim, please.
following the earthquake, we found that a lot of the properties were owned by family trusts or investors. They weren't developers, which is a whole specialist area itself. And we've got the Harley Chambers, which is going to be a hotel. We've got Noah's being rebuilt as we speak. Not everything can be rebuilt as because everything's got to be paid for. So it's a huge amount of money to build something. Do you think the rates, the reason that it's slowed is because of the rate? One of the reasons is the rates, or is it the actual just the rebuild and progress of a city rebuilding? Because we had been told by everybody who's an expert saying, "Oh, we're going to have 20,000 people in the central city," and then when you look at the reality, we've got 7 to maybe 9 if we're lucky, and it costs a fortune to buy a place here.
I think the rating system. So I mean, capital rating has been a thing since Christchurch City amalgamated, and that was the decision made at the time. I think post-earthquake, there are a ton of mitigating factors, land condition and consent and heritage stuff, and that has slowed down some, like Harley Chambers slowed that down massively.
Yeah, absolutely, yep.
I think the continued ability to sort of land bank has slowed down in the overall trend. So there are some sites who are going ahead fast and others. There will be some sites that have had, the owners have had to wait for the capital to generate so they can actually build. But in sites where potentially the landowner does have the capital but is choosing to keep that land vacant, that would be probably that the rates multipliers could be an incentive for them to move forward with that faster, because vacant land that is undeveloped is sort of a disamenity in the city. Yeah. And if we're talking about wanting 20,000 people, we need to be ensuring that we're incentivizing going for the right kind of growth in the right places. And I would like to hope that rates can be an incentive towards that, especially if we were looking at a new system, that there would be a positive incentive towards that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay,
Now we've got some council minutes, times 3. I'm happy to move it and Pauline's happy to second it. There's items 5, 6, 7 and 22, which are all minutes, open and PX, okay? I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye, against? Thank you, that's carried. Now, we've got item 8, which I'm happy to move from here, and Pauline's happy to second. Have we got, I understand there's an amendment.
There should be an amendment up. I asked for some staff advice on it yesterday. It hasn't come back to me yet, but I'm happy to put the amendment up.
We just need to
Thank you, mate. Sorry. Foreshadow it. So, righto. So what? Sorry, I'm just got a lot going on here at the moment. Okay. So I'm just looking at the amendment. So what's the main changes of your amendment, please, Tyra?
Well, the terms of the lease are down to 5 years, but renewable every 5 years, as long as the other terms and conditions are met. So that's what I put in, because it was 25 years before in the substantive. So large trees and the macrocarpa hedge must be removed instead of just trimmed, and then GH and I are new. Based on mana whenua position.
Yeah, is it Bruce and Angus? Yeah, please. So is the board chair happy with what we're doing here? Because it's a board recommendation.
Well, I mean, you have to ask the board chair. I'm putting up an amendment.
there are some issues with the amendment as put, so if we get Angus to present those.
Yeah, I think the main one for me from a property perspective is that lease term wording is ambiguous. So when you go, the lease 1 day thing's superfluous, you don't need that. But setting that aside, it says renewable in terms of 5 years. And that could be interpreted as a perpetual renewal of 5 years, every 5 years. And I think you need to decide what your strategy is. Is your strategy that right sits with the tenant, or is the intention that's a right that sits with the council? If
that's why I wanted
if it
advice
sits
on
with
it.
the tenant, it should be a right of renewal, and you should define how many 5-year rights of renewal you're going to give them. If it sits with the council, then you actually don't need to say anything, and you can revisit it in 5 years' time and grant them a new licence. So I think it's not clear what the intention is there, and it's not particularly well worded. It's quite ambiguous.
Well, okay, well, that's fine. That's why I sent it off yesterday and asked for some advice on it, and I'm getting it right now in the meeting. So it would have been helpful if I had had it before the meeting.
It's easily tidied up. What is the intention? Is the intention that's a right that sits with the tenant?
Well, I want to put the onus on the tenant to meet the conditions of the lease, and that's because the original staff rec is for 25 years, a 25-year licence, which is a long time and probably will outlive the tenants. And also, I want to make sure it's not transferable, and that wasn't clear in the staff rec either.
Yeah, and that would be fine and standard, and that's similar to what we've done with other similar licences.
Okay. Rather than getting into wordsmithing it and playing with it now, shall we just put it to one side just for a wee while, and you two guys get together at morning
Thank
tea?
you, Your Worship. I would appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so
Bring it back after the break.
Yep, Roger. Okay, so now we've got local alcohol policy and the suspension of standing orders. I'm happy to move it and Pauline's happy to second it. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye, against, thanks, that's carried. So staff are coming to tell us everything we need to know.
Kia ora. Good morning. The report you're considering today seeks a decision to approve a proposed draft local alcohol policy for public consultation. We briefed you last week on the community response to the recent engagement on the possible LAP options and the draft policy that has been informed by that engagement. The report before you attaches a draft consultation document, which includes a copy of the draft policy, additional contextual information and maps for consideration. The engagement report summarising the results of the recent engagement has also been released to you and publicly. The proposed draft LAP consists of 3 policies. 1, reducing the maximum trading hours for off licences across the district to 9 p.m. This policy aims to restrict access to alcohol at night time where it can be taken away and consumed in an unsupervised environment. 2, placing a freeze on new off licences in high deprivation areas. This aims to address the disproportionate level of alcohol-related harm experienced by high deprivation communities by preventing the further concentration and proliferation of licensed premises in these areas. And 3, restricting bottle stores, taverns and nightclubs from being located near sensitive sites, those being addiction and rehabilitation facilities, primary and secondary schools. This policy aims to respond to the community preferences that some licensed premises are not located close to sites where certain parts of the population may be vulnerable. This policy switches the onus from the community to having to object to a licence application to the licence applicant having to show that they can address the community's concerns. At the briefing session last week, councillors asked about potential amendments to the policy. These have been submitted to staff prior to this meeting and will be considered today. Councillors are reminded that while any amendments can be considered, if the amendments are significant enough to require staff to undertake further analysis or consultation in order to provide the council with informed advice, this will delay the LAP until the next council term. If the proposed amendments are within the general scope of the policy being proposed or within the policy options that staff have already engaged with the community on, these amendments are more likely to be able to be made, and progress on an LAP can continue this term. When considering any amendments to the policy, staff strongly encourage you to agree on one policy for consultation without alternative options. This will make it simpler for the public to understand the policy proposals, make the council's position clearer on what it is that's being consulted on, and will assist staff's ability to provide clear advice following the consultation. The potential amendments that are agreed will become part of the draft LAP for consultation. If the council is not satisfied with the draft policy for consultation, you can consider pausing the LAP process, which would mean future decisions on the LAP would be made during the next council term. If the council chooses to progress the draft LAP to consultation, then this will begin tomorrow. After the required 4-week consultation period, council will have hearings in June and a final decision on the LAP would take place in late July. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, Jake had one.
Thank you. Just with regards to the amendments, so particularly Melanie's, I'm keen to understand. I agree that it would be simpler to go out with one policy, and I'm willing to be pragmatic on what that is, but wanting to understand what our optionality is when we come to decision making. So say, for example, if Andres passes, removing taverns and nightclubs, would we be able to add that back in if there was an overwhelming strong public preference to do so?
Do you mean add it back in at a later time, or
at that final decision point? Yeah.
Yes. Yep. So yeah, I mean, just to remind, so this is out for consultation, so we can make any change. Like, we'll go out on the policy, it'll consult. There's still room for change depending on what those,
It's that quantum of change that can often slip you up when you're signing off on a draft and then you get to a final. But what you're telling me now is that the idea that we would remove taverns and nightclubs from that requirement of sensitive sites, if we were to go out, if that amendment were to pass and it was to go out and draft, if that needed to be added back in, it could be. I'm not saying it would, but I'm saying it could be.
Yes, that's correct.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, that is amendments, which we'll get to in the next little bit. Because what I want to do is for a start, and Sarah, I'll get to you in a minute, options 1, 2 or 3, I'm more than happy to move option 1 and Pauline's happy to second it. So, okay, so now we'll go across the page to the amendments, which you've asked the question on, which is good, and we've all got a copy of the amendments in our hands. So staff will provide any additional information if you like. So what we need to do is, with the amendments, one of them's got a seconder, the others haven't. So as we go through it, we'll do it. Sarah.
Thank you. Yeah, and I mean, Jake's question, and I'm going to follow up on it, is a kind of a processy one rather than about the detail of the amendments themselves. So in the past, we've had some consultations where we've been told at the end of the day that if we wanted to add something specific back in, we would need to reconsult because it was quite a big change from what we consulted on. To mitigate against that, do we make sure that the consultation document itself includes the fact that we had considered specific things like including taverns and bars, but that's not in the, because that way it encourages people to submit on that particular thing, if that makes sense. Like I am, like Jake, a little bit concerned about the extent of changes we could make without having to reconsult, if you like.
Yes, so that type of change I think would be okay. We are already have already consulted with the community on that, and we know what the community thinks on issues around the sensitive sites. And in terms of being able to make that change, I don't think we would have to reconsult on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what kind of
it's
change?
within what we already sort of know and understand and have analysed. It's more about the things that we haven't really given enough thought to, or might have consequences that we haven't yet considered. But for that example, we have analysed that option.
Yeah. So if someone came up with something completely new in consultation and said, "Oh, but I think you should do this, something different," we wouldn't be able to do that because it wouldn't have been canvassed earlier.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can
Thanks.
I just follow up and just clarify Sarah's question, because it was twofold. It also said, should we in the consultation document, as well as saying what we're proposing, what we considered and decided not to propose for these reasons, and that opens...
I think that's a really good way to do a consultation document, because otherwise, people are going, "Oh, but why didn't you think of this?" So making sure that people are clear about the process and the thorough process that we've gone through. And I think that making sure we highlight the things that we have considered but aren't in our draft,
the proposal.
so that people are aware of that. I think it's just really important.
It means that the amendments can be easily supported as well.
Yeah, because it means that everything's there. Yeah.
Do you see a problem with that as the officers? I think that's a good idea.
Probably not in terms of the consultation, undertaking consultation itself. It might just take us some time to rework the document to add in the content that's needed. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's worth doing to make sure that the process itself overall runs more smoothly, to have that information in there.
Okay. So hang on one sec. Right, as you know, we have 5 amendments in front of us, A1 to A5. So we just need to go down and find out if there's a seconder for all of these, which is cool. And then if there are any further amendments. If there are further amendments, we'll have to have a break while staff digest the amendments, and then we'll come back and have debate on the amendments, whatever they are. So for a start, I'll just, yeah, sorry, Tyler, yeah?
Sorry, I don't want to hold up the process,
Okay.
but I may have some.
No, I'll go down the
further
amendments
questions.
now, and at that point you can say, right, maybe take it out or whatever you want.
Yeah. Once asked staff
Yeah,
questions.
so we'll do the first one first. We've got Melanie's one there, which is A1. The seconder is?
Following what Sarah's heard, all I'm wanting is when we consult for people to have options to choose from, not just this is the blanket, this is the policy that we've drafted out, but to know, yeah. So if I could change this resolution to something around the consultation document, like what Sarah's just discussed, including the process and the
I think we
options that
have
we've
to have a
considered.
proposal we go out with. We can't have just you pick what you want. We have to propose something and then say there are other options, but we are proposing this. So it needs an actual proposal about what we are proposing.
Yes, but if the consultation document has included or about the process we've been through, the options that we've rolled out during
so
this
that's what we were discussing before, but we need
yes,
a proposal.
but I would like it as a resolution.
So basically change that resolution to that.
Yeah.
Great, so I misunderstood what you're saying.
So, okay, so Mel, are you going to modify it a bit or something? So we might have to, when we do have that break, if we haven't got any new amendments, we can play with that then and come back to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Righto, so Tyrone was the seconder. We've got Andre and Sam for the next one. All right, because we'll vote on them in a minute. Tyrone and Melanie. Oh, that's for that one. Okay, so that's just roughly that option C, and have a 50 metre.
So if I'm gonna put it up, I'd say apply a 50 metre. So the staff have provided some helpful advice, and where it says apply a 50 metre rule for Banks Peninsula, this so that's what I'll go with. Yeah.
Is that alternative?
Yes, exactly. For that alternative, like the first alternative. 3A, I think, is it? Yeah. 3A, Sam.
Okay, so they should do what he's doing now.
Yeah, we should ask questions about it, if we've got questions.
Okay, all right.
Although I think,
So I'm going a bit quick.
We'll ask questions and hopefully.
Yeah, no, we'll do it. We'll go back. We'll go to back to A2, Andre's and Sam's one. Has anyone got any questions of anybody on that one? Is it fairly clear? Do you want to just say what you're anticipating here, Andre? What would you like to see? Just explain it for people out there that so they.
This amendment says it does include 3.
Yeah, because we'll go to debate soon.
I mean, the general thrust of it is, option C, with bottle stores only, taking taverns and nightclubs out of it. Because otherwise we've got, if we start getting into different zones that we include or exclude, we're going to be there essentially all day and potentially have unintended consequences of areas where we've missed and then have to fix up later. Some of the areas that this would impact is areas in the central city, areas like Littleton where there's parts still to be developed. It would also put a sinking lid policy on taverns, for example, around, for example, Church Corner, these types of places. So
So
That's the rationale.
So it's in
I've
your,
got more for debate, but best not to do the.
Yeah, no, that's right. It's just to explain what you're putting up.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's
that's
just
the
to
thrust of it.
overcome maybe an unintended consequence if we did what we were.
Yeah, and it also potentially would make us look silly if you're allowed to sell alcohol. If you label something as a restaurant, so you can sell alcohol during the day near school, but a nighttime operation would not be allowed. Whereas they don't operate during school time anyway.
Okay.
So that's potentially one of the other
Staff,
unintended
yeah, I'll get you in a minute. Mel. Staff want to comment on any problems that you see with that, or is it good?
There's probably nothing to add that's not in the advice that councillors have.
Okay, no worries. Mel, you got a question on it?
Couple. What's the definition of a pub or a tavern, and are they open only at night, or can they be open during school hours?
A tavern is defined in the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act. Essentially, we would probably refer to them as pubs or bars as we know them, and it's about the type of the type of operation it is. So not around hours or anything like that.
But they could be open during school hours, couldn't they?
Yes.
Yeah. And when this was, I was at one of the presentations at our community board, but when this went to the community who gave feedback during this pre-engagement phase, how was it presented? And how come these ones came back and not other ones? Because there's a lot of support through that community phase, engagement phase for this. So, yeah, I wanted to. What did they say around it?
We asked. This one had a few dimensions to it. So we asked whether they supported the policy generally, like the idea of restricting licences around sensitive sites, so like a general question. We then also gave a list of the types of sites that they think that it should apply to. So that's where we got the list of schools or rehabilitation facilities. We asked other ones as well that didn't get a higher response as well. So things like churches or marae, things like that as well. So we had a list that people could choose from. We also asked about what types of venues then they would want to see against those sites. So that's your bottle stores, your taverns, nightclubs. That's where that came from. And we also asked about the distance and what the distance would be, giving a range between 50 and 200 metres. So we did get data back that essentially, if someone said, I don't want I think a primary school is a site that I think is a sensitive site, and they also ticked that, they don't want a bottle store there. We could see against, sort of play those things against each other and see how close they would want a bottle store near to a school, that type of thing as well. Yeah.
Was there anything verbalised around why people say don't want a pub 200 metres from a school, within 200 metres of a school?
Yes, there was an opportunity for people to tell us why. That'll be in the engagement report. I wouldn't be able to sort of off the cuff be able to answer those.
Andre?
It was just answering the question. So the survey didn't necessarily ask if people support a sinking lid type policy on the taverns and nightclubs. So existing premises that they may well visit themselves if it were to shut down, and then the liquor license doesn't get transferred over, it gets bought, a new business starts later, they are no longer allowed to operate it as they're not able to obtain a license. So just to be clear, the survey didn't ask if people support a sinking lid policy around existing sites, which is what this does.
Okay. Cal?
Yeah, so just to be clear, are we differentiating between, with the sensitive site, supervised drinking as opposed to unregulated or regulated sale? Is that what we're talking about here? Yeah.
So what we're proposing are both off and on license options for this one in our proposed draft. So they were the bottle stores, nightclubs and taverns were the three most popular responses when we asked people what they would like to.
Thank you.
in your staff advice on the proposed amendments, the last bullet point with Councillor Moore's amendment says, if you agree to the amendment, it will impact proposed amendments 3 and 4 below. For the avoidance of doubt, can you please just clarify that correlation and how that affects those amendments, please?
Yes, certainly. So, should council choose to apply this only to bottle stores, that means when we would be considering the further amendments, so Councillor Field's amendments around the 50-metre exclusion zone, that would be for only bottle stores, for instance, rather than all three. And the same for Councillor Harrison Hunt as well. So it would be only in relation to bottle stores if that's what councillors chose.
Okay. Any more questions on that one, A2? Yeah.
Is there the potential to make it more subtle potentially? So, Mel's point around pubs open at lunchtime near schools, those kind of things that are within 200 metres. Are we able to, if we chose, do more nuanced with timing? So, for example, new ones open after 4, for example. I don't. I'm just. Is it possible rather than I'd like to?
I mean, it may be possible. I think what we've done when trying to come up with our policy is to keep things pretty sort of as simple as possible and not get too detailed around that sort of thing, just for sort of ease of implementation and understanding. I mean, at the end of the day, a licence application has both a starting and end time, a licence with starting and end time to it, and that would only apply to any new ones that would want to open up.
And Andre's concern and many people's concern about the potential for this to be interpreted eventually as a sinking lid type policy. So how do we see it operating in things where we can mitigate against people, against current bars and taverns being shut down, for example, if a licence, if they're sold? Like, is there something we can include in there that would mitigate against that concern rather than doing the whole site thing? I don't know.
So what the community has told us for this policy is that essentially they don't want new venues within that area, within these sensitive sites. And so what we have done is to essentially say that it's okay if you're already there, that's okay to operate, and it's okay to sell that that premises to someone else if you're already there. But what the community has said is that they don't want more, and so that's what we've based our policy on. So
but the concern is that if one sells, that the new person won't be granted a licence, if you like, and therefore it will be one less rather than the same.
So if they sold it directly, that the LAP wouldn't or shouldn't get in the way of that new owner getting a licence.
Okay.
They would still have to pass the other tests to get a licence, like be a fit, a proper person, and those sort of tests. But it wouldn't be the LAP. It would still allow for that to happen.
That's the key concern at the moment, which is that idea of a sinking lid. So are there ways to make it more clear within the existing framework that that's the case? Or are we able to put something in there, or some wording that says a maximum of the same number within those sensitive site areas or something like that? Which,
it's possible. There might be something we'd have to go back and consider though.
Okay, thanks.
Right, Andre?
So
we're still on what I call your one.
Yeah. Just to assist that answer, just to make it clear, if a business doesn't have an immediate buyer or someone to take it over, and they have to close, which has happened over the last few years, it's nada, no more license. No one can take it over and put in a new license.
Yeah, which is why I want to find a way to stop
I get what
that
you're saying.
happening.
Yeah,
maybe without changing the boundaries, but find a different way to achieve that same outcome, if you like.
If
there's a different way.
Yeah, totally get what you're saying. That point wasn't covered in the answer. Something I needed to make clear.
Yeah. So is there a way that we can then enable a physical building, like even if there's a gap of a year in between a business closing and another one opening up?
I mean, it's something we could consider. Yeah, we'd have to probably go back and look at that and how it would sort of play out with how we've analysed the rest of the policies. As I say, what we've heard from the community is that they don't want more. So something else we could do that you've mentioned potentially would be to, for instance, set a maximum rather than any more. But that would be something we probably have to think about.
Yeah, because being able to change locations within, for example, within a commercial area might be useful. Yeah,
potentially. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
All right. So now we're finished with questions on that one. We'll move just down to A3, which is Tyrone and Mel's one, option C, because I want to give everyone the same amount of time to talk about them. Is there any questions between us all or of staff on that option on A3, please? Sam.
Just to clarify, this is just tailored to Banks Peninsula.
Oh, that's correct, Sam.
Yep. So same thing though, like to Mel's question, if it was around the schools and stuff like that, it's just within 50 metres.
Yeah. Because I mean, the schools in Akaroa, Littleton, Devotials, Diamond Harbour are all within 200 metres of the commercial area.
Definitely. Yeah. No, that's cool. Just clarifying. Yep.
So it's just for my benefit. So it's from 200 for everyone out there. It's from 200 down to 50 on those areas because you've got everyone's concentrated. Say Devotials, for example, it's only a tiny wee village, and everything's within.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the kids from Devotials aren't walking home past the Devotials store. I would say they're in a cone.
Okay.
I wonder if staff want to just also, again, for other people that might be listening, clarify what your advice, because they won't have this in front of them.
Sure, yes. So the amendment that we're talking about here is potentially pertains to a concern around option C, the sensitive sites provision applying in Banks Peninsula towns and settlements. They are quite small compared to the rest of the district, and so the option here is to reduce the 200-metre rule that we're applying to everywhere outside of the central city, so outside of the 4 Avs, to change that for the Banks Peninsula down to 50 metres to sort of recognise those, the nature of those townships, and that is something that is an amendment that we could do now.
So that just so totally clear, this is just for new ones. The ones that are there aren't affected whatsoever.
That's right.
Yeah, okay, just making sure everyone knows. Okay, enough. Kira? Yep.
I don't really want to get into debate, but I guess it's just that, like, you know, the commercial area of Diamond Harbour is so close to the school and it's got empty shops, and you're pretty much hamstringing it if you.
No, fair comment. No, that's right. So we'll now move on to A4, which is Tyler's one. What did you want to do something with it, mate?
Yeah, I may be pulling it. The last thing I want is a delay in the LAP to go out. But I just wanted to get some clarity around why it could potentially be delayed. And there are some really fair points in this, but there were points that I had questions about. And the first question I've got is the tools that we give to the DLCs at the moment are quite broad-ranging. So, for example, if we've got things that they consider things like amenity and good order, the suitability of the applicant, the impact on the surrounding community, and the proximity to sensitive sites. Now, they could easily hit 2 out of the 4 of those, potentially 3 out of the 4 of those if they pick up their rubbish outside their liquor store. But the fourth one is the most is the one that the community have power with, particularly with the sensitive sites issue. So would you be able to tell me how this would help bolster the DLC to make decisions that the community will be able to try and have a bit of a, what's the word? The question is, how would the DLC have more power after we put this LAP in place to be able to advocate for the communities that actually don't want this in their community?
Yeah, so I think there's 2 things to that. The first is that what the LAP would do was make it a clear rule, so people know the rules. So without an LAP in place at the moment, I'd say it's probably more discretion that the DLC has when applying that final sort of sensitive site consideration. So that what this does is makes it very clear for everyone that there's a rule in place that within this sort of area, these types of places are unlikely to be able to open. What it also does is that it changes the onus from people having to object. So for instance, if a bottle store wanted to open up near a school, under the current system, essentially the community has to rally and apply get involved in the DLC process. What this does is it flips the onus around and essentially says that that situation wouldn't happen, and if it is to happen, it's actually on the licence applicant to show that they can manage any concerns of the community.
That's great. So how does that work? So if they were going to do that, would that be a pre-application consultation that they're doing with the community?
So the DLC would have to show the DLC that they had engaged with the community and that they were trying to manage any potential concerns. What that is specifically, we've chosen not to be really prescriptive about what that is, because we think there are probably different circumstances where different things might be the most appropriate thing to apply. And so we've left it into to the judgment and the process of the DLC and the process to manage that. What we want the LAP to do is to set the policy direction, but not be too prescriptive about what has to be done.
Yeah, I'm really glad you've raised that, because I think that's the crux of it. Is the key concern that I've got at the moment is around that pre-application consultation with the community, etc., where the off-license. I'm not worried about on-licenses, to be honest with you. It's the off-license bottle stores that can easily go to areas with sensitive sites and community-sensitive sites and say, let me help the community out. It's not bribery because it's illegal, but it is what they call good faith or voluntary charity, where they could say, well, let's help you build something, or let me sponsor a sports team to be able to get support from this community. Would that be possible under this new LAP?
I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's something we haven't sought advice on really. But yeah, it's. I guess it's a hypothetical. That I mean, that would be for the arrangement at the time of the DLC and the community and those parties that make that decision, I'd say.
Okay, so that I'm really I do apologise for this, but this is something that I've seen in the community for many years. And it's the opportunity for us to really hone down on this issue here, because for a Riccarton context, for example, they had, in my opinion, some stores had weak arguments in the way that they're contributing to the community. For example, they're picking up bottles from students who make a mess outside their store. And then there you go, tick the box. So I'm just trying to figure out these loopholes, and if staff have faith that the community will have the power to be able to have their say and have it counted, I'd be happy to put this aside. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, I can speak on behalf of the District Licensing Committee.
Please.
They want the LAP. They want the power to be able to implement these sorts of things and put the power in the community's hands. So, we have to leave it to them, and have faith in them. But they want an LAP. They want to be able to place restrictions.
Okay. Yeah. Last question then, and I'm probably on my way to pulling this. Is there anything stopping us from consulting on helping the LAP with the decisions around the components of applying for exemptions around sensitive sites?
Sorry, to consult on how the DLC would... Is that what you're asking?
Yes, so asking for the community's thoughts on what restrictions should be in place within the exemption process itself, not necessarily the other scopes of work, more around the exemption area.
We've already consulted the community on those options.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. In that case, reluctantly, I'd like to pull that, but also just have it noted that we'd love to keep an eye on the way that the DLC process these things and seeing if it's actually fit for purpose for future. That'd be great.
Problem. Okay, so now we'll go down. Oh, sorry, Andre, you had a question. You're happy? Yeah. Okay. So the last one that we've got in front of us is A5 from Pauline. Would you like to talk to a little bit of that, Pauline?
Yep. So I just feel that this would apply to a new proposal for especially a supermarket. It seems to me it's a little bit unfair if an off licence wanted to set up a business in an area and it was not allowed to because it was in a deprivation area or close to one or for whatever reason, but a supermarket could because it would get a licence because the clause in there reads it's not the primary purpose, so the alcohol sale is not the primary purpose. And I think it's a fair whack of their purpose. And I just think it's a little bit unfair. So I'm just proposing that we take that term out, and so then they would have to apply for a licence on their own merit. If we were to decline one, they can still go to the DLC. Is that right? Over and above that. So they probably would get one, but it just means that they don't get one carte blanche when someone else can't.
Yes. So what this would do is essentially would remove that exemption from the policy, which would mean that a new supermarket that wanted to open up in an area of high deprivation wouldn't be able to get an alcohol licence, sort of by default under the rule. They could always go to the DLC. So this would further limit or restrict the alcohol available in those communities. The flip side of that is that it could also negatively impact investment decisions of supermarkets to move into areas of higher deprivation. They might be disincentivised to do that, knowing that they might not be able to get an alcohol licence.
Yeah, but I think that in all fairness, the likelihood that they would get one is high. The fact is they don't just automatically get one. They're on the same level playing field as anybody else then. Yep.
That would be the consequence of it.
Yeah. And I'd need a seconder.
Sam, question.
Thanks for this. I just wanted to clarify. So in the staff advice, it says, and it's interesting because the response just seems. I just want to clarify it. So removing this exemption would mean a new supermarket in an area of high deprivation would not be able to get an alcohol licence. This would restrict further availability of alcohol in high deprivation areas. So does it mean they won't be able to get one, or they may not be able to get one?
Well, with the LAP, the DLC always have discretion, but what it would do is it would make the default position, that they wouldn't be in an area of high deprivation, that they wouldn't automatically be able to get one. So yeah,
not automatic. Yeah.
So just to be clear though, because I know, and we talked about this last time we were here, just around the DLC sort of sticking in their lane, so to speak. If the policy removes that exemption, is there a high likelihood that they would get one? I guess what I'm thinking is, if you think about the work that's happening at the moment around potentially breaking up supermarkets, what would a poorer area be disadvantaged because the supermarket would choose not to go into that area, as opposed to, I hate to say it, my area where we might get a third operator, which drops food prices.
Yeah. That is a risk as well, I'm saying. Yeah. We don't know how those applications will go, obviously. I couldn't comment.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Okay, cool. Sarah?
Thanks. But if a new supermarket did go in and the exemption was there, they would still be captured by the maximum hours for selling alcohol?
Yeah, that's still would
so they
apply.
couldn't sell it after 9,
Correct.
kind of thing. Yeah. So, thanks. Yeah.
Okay. Tim?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just kind of a wee bit confused about what's the principle here. Are we not wanting to provide, having under any guise alcohol being provided in a deprivation area, or what are we trying to achieve? Because what is the definition of a primary purpose? So could a bottle store or a bottle chain open up a superette and then say we're actually a superette which also sells as a secondary alcohol? No, but the world's changing. We're trying to get more opportunity rather than the duopoly we have. So if you've got someone who's got a really good mind, so
it's possible. That would be again at the discretion of the DLC to make that assessment at the time.
So a supermarket could open in a deprivation area and then go to the DLC to get a licence to sell alcohol. It's just a slightly different process rather than just getting carte blanche.
So at the moment they have to apply for building consent, resource consent, and then an alcohol licence. So
Yep.
they still have to apply.
Yep.
But because that primary purpose clause is in there, they're more likely to get the licence.
No, aren't we? Because I know exactly what you're saying, but we're changing the LAP to be more prescriptive in high deprivation areas, which then has that flow-on effect of potentially restricting a supermarket going into that area, unless they chose not to operate and sell alcohol, I guess.
Unless they're 50 metres away from a school or a church or, but then that comes back to,
Yeah. So you're right.
Yeah, righto. This is good discussion. Celeste?
Yeah, I mean, I think Sam's kind of asked my questions, but I think just to recap, there could be a bit of a perverse kind of outcome where you have existing operators that are doing a really bad job. Somebody else might be looking at coming in and potentially won't be doing it. Got a good example in New Brighton where the operator is doing a terrible job, is actually fueling harm, and their lease is up. Another operator might go, too many hoops. So is that something that would be a potential outcome of this?
So the policy does favour those that already exist.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Mel?
I've got a more general question about all amendments. A general question about all the amendments. So the question is there a risk, because we've gone through this engagement process and got feedback and you've created that draft and now we're making potential changes, are there any risks of a judicial review here with the changes that we're making?
There's always risk of judicial review, but as long as we can show that we've gone out to the public, we're going through a process that's fair and reasonable.
So is putting up amendments that are against a majority of views in an engagement process a fair process based on your view?
I mean, I would say, council. It's up to council to choose what the policy is, and that is your prerogative. I would say it's more around the types of things that we haven't yet considered or that we don't yet know the community's views on, and putting that forward would likely be a high risk.
Yeah. The risk will be if we choose something that's out of scope, which we haven't considered previously.
All right. Pauline?
So just to clarify, could I just clarify, Mel's, if every single amendment went through, there's no risk?
From what you see at the moment.
Is that what you're saying? But all the changes went through, is there any risk? Do you want to take time to consider that, or you're confident that there's not?
Yeah, I think.
Or are any more risky than others? Maybe I don't know.
The amendments that we're considering today are all within what we have, what we've asked the community about, and what we have analysed. So I'd say there would be a lower risk of that. Yeah.
Cool.
Yep, thank you. Mine is around the primary purpose again. If a supermarket, you right?
Sorry, apologies.
That's all right. If a new supermarket wanted to arrive somewhere in perhaps near or in a low deprivation area and sell alcohol off licence, would they have to also engage with the community, like you're talking about with the sensitive sites and stuff like that? Or
that's not part of the way the exemption is described.
Okay.
Okay. Marcus?
I was just going to check
Pauline, do you need a seconder for that one? Yep, happy to.
Okay.
Yeah. Through the chair, just having had a further look at it, there may be a problem with number one because you're not going to go ahead with that.
It's withdrawn. Yep.
Right.
'Cause they've got a different
There's a
one.
different resolution that I put forward based on the just providing the extra information.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
But
so
the
we've
original
got-
one, there would
Yep,
have been problems
that's good. We've tidied that one up.
So a supermarket could open, say, in a deprivation area or close to a sensitive area without say, a bottle store part of it, but then it could apply later on once it's established itself in that community for a liquor license to then open up a liquor area in that supermarket. Is that right?
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and Vic?
With respect to A5, I'm mindful of a contentious new supermarket that is about to be opening or proposed in the St Albans area with some pretty firmly held views by some elected members. Can you tell me whether that the Madras Street proposal fits within the high deprivation area, please?
No, it's not within the high deprivation area.
Okay, so that's good. What we have here now, yes. Number one is now, we'll get down to debate on this, but number one has the wording on our paper has now changed to what you see in front of you. Okay? Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Is that right, Mary? That's good.
Yep.
Number two is more or less as it stands. Okay. Number three, now I've got a question on number three. Have we changed that around enough? Yes, that it doesn't, because I've got would require a delay. We fixed that by this new wording, have we? See on the paper that we've all got, you might not have.
Yes.
A3, it says proposal is written, amendment would require a delay. Now, have we changed that wording enough that it doesn't require a delay? You see where I'm coming from?
Yes. Sorry. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay,
So what we're proposing can be done. Yeah.
Yes, so that's good. So there's 3, 4. Thank you, Tyler. So that's missing. So we now got 5. And that means it could proceed now if we did that. Okay, so we're all good. So we've now got 4 instead of 5. Is there any new ones? Right. So now we can go to debate for all the amendments and the sorry, Andre?
A question more generally, not specific to amendments. Now's the time to ask.
If you want to, yeah.
I believe Selwyn tried Googling it. Do you know if Waimakariri are doing an LAP?
Waimak already has an LAP.
Has an LAP.
They both do, yeah.
So did they change it since the government changed the law?
Oh, I'd have to check.
Okay,
yeah,
I
I think Selwyn are reviewing theirs at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But Waimak to knowledge aren't reviewing. They're sticking with one they've.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. No, thank you.
Oh, that's cool. Good question. So now we can, all the amendments and the substantive, we can debate it. And it's one debate for the whole lot. So if anyone would like to start off, that would be good. Righto, Tim, then Pauline.
Yeah, look, thank you, and thank you, staff, for the work that you've done on this. It is a really hot topic, and it is overdue. I'm very fortunate in my area that we have a number of supermarkets, which has been one of the conversations today, which are very well run. We also have a liquor ban area, which is also well enforced. So the only concerns I've ever had from my community are about bottle stores, but I think there has to be an even playing field, and I think this is getting close to it. I think it would be, I would personally like a meeting with the DLC, a briefing with them, because I think there are some issues there that I'd like to clarify. But overall, I'm very happy with this, and thank you very much for the work you've done.
Pauline, please.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
I did. You just don't get me to repeat it.
Yeah, I support what Tim has just said too. Thanks to the staff for all the work on this. It's good to be able to put this out for consultation and hear what people think. The pre-engagement was a really helpful process. I think we're following a good process here, and we are focusing on off licences. My amendment with the not for primary purpose, from removing that from the exemption, is really just, I'm not trying to stop supermarkets opening, and I'm not trying to stop supermarkets selling alcohol. It's just to create a level playing field. I think it's just really unfair that a big box, retail outlet can just come in and land and do the same business as someone who wanted to just sell alcohol cannot. So that, and as you say, that supermarket in my area is not in a high deprivation area, so that is not the intention that I'm pushing here today. It's just to create a level playing field, and I think it's really important that we be fair here. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. First, thanks to the staff, council staff have done an incredible job to turn this around so quickly. I'm glad that we've been able to seize the opportunity to make a difference. I think an LAP makes clear rules for everybody, and I love the fact that the burden is shifting onto the retailers. I feel like this is going to give community back control and potentially addresses the imbalance of power and turns the balance back in favour of communities, flipping the onus on the retailer to satisfy the DLC that they have addressed community concerns. I've represented sections of my community at the DLC process, and despite significant objection from the community, the retailer satisfied the legal conditions, and it really was a fait accompli. Quite frustrating. The community's views and opinions seem to have little practical effect on the decision to grant the licence. So I guess with this going out to consultation and hopefully being ratified, I would hesitantly put my trust in the DLCs to do the job that the community has always asked them to do. Cheers.
Thank you. Tyler?
Kia ora koutou. I just want to thank staff for the work that you've done. When I first got elected into council, there was ramblings of the LAP being implemented, and I was just frothing at the bit to see it come to fruition. So now it's here. 2.5 years later, I'm absolutely chuffed to see it come forward. I tell you who I really have faith in, that's the DLC. I have faith in our staff. I have faith in our elected members around the table, but I don't have faith in grubby little liquor store owners who own small shops in the middle of dairies outside schools. So I'm hoping that this LAP bolsters the protections for our community. There are good operators out there too, though. There are good liquor store owners out there, but the ones that I'm talking about, they know who they are because they're guilty of it. So that's all I wanted to say in this debate. Just to call out those and just letting them know that I'm hoping that council has a keen watch on them, a good eye on them, because I'm someone who's been around alcohol harm, particularly around young children and people, and I don't want to see that for our future. Kia ora.
Thank you. Mark, please.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. You've done a great job in getting this to us for the consultation. It's long overdue. Was good to see the central government, change the rules a wee bit to allow this to be brought back onto the table and have more opportunity to progress through into getting better protections for our community. As I guess one of the more active councillors around the table in the way of protecting my community through objecting to applications for licences, I'm really thrilled to see this coming before us and going out to community for consultation. I think it's long overdue, and thank you for what you've done in getting it there. And here's hoping we can get it out to the community for them to be consulted and then bring it back and hopefully get it over the line and get the protection in place that our communities need. Now, regards to my seconding of Pauline's amendment, I see a few eyebrows being raised on that one, but to me, if your supermarket is based on the financial basis that selling alcohol is going to decide whether you open a supermarket or not, then you're not a strong operator, and you should be able to operate without alcohol sales in your premises of a supermarket. Some of the, I guess, largest harms that come into communities like mine, which is highly deprived, that is through the sales of low price alcohol through those operators. So we need to have the protection in place that they don't have a primary use exclusion to be able to get that licence as they open their door. We need it to be tested through the DLC process as to whether that is going to be a good thing into a community, rather than just giving it an as of right. As you open your door, you can basically have your alcohol licence. So having that protection in place, I think, is a very strong option that we need for our communities to try and limit every way we can the harm that off-licence sales through those sorts of premises of supermarkets can cause and does cause. So that's why I wanted to be seconding on that, and happy to support that, and hopefully the rest of my colleagues can understand where that's coming from. We've got to try and limit the opportunity for harm into our communities every way we can, and supermarkets unfortunately can cause far too much of it too easily. So please support that amendment, and let's look at getting this out and hopefully get the right solution to give our communities the protection they need.
Thank you, Sarah.
Kia ora, and I'd like to start by reiterating the thanks to staff for the enormous amount of mahi on this. It's been really thorough. It's keeping the process as clean as possible to stop potential legal challenges in the future, which is excellent, and it's been excellent engagement with the community so far. Just to remind colleagues that this isn't the be-all and end-all, this is for the draft, and there are things that I like and don't like about some of the amendments. I completely get Councillor Moore's point about that potential sinking lid. I don't think the amendment itself is the right way to do it. And what I'd quite like to see is the community feedback on the current draft and working through that and finding a way to mitigate against the concerns for the final proposal. So I won't be voting in favour of that one today. Most people in the early engagement were against new pubs and bars and things opening up within 200 metres of a school. And I think we can find another way to enable replacements and those kind of things as part of the process going forward. When it comes to the not primary purpose, I'm going to vote against the amendment today. I think there is that really difficult tension between enabling more supermarkets and more competition and limiting the availability of alcohol. I do note that the 9 p.m. maximum will still apply, and that actually supermarkets aren't the primary supplier of the premix and RTDs, those really low-cost drinks. Supermarkets don't do that because they're not allowed to do spirits, which means they don't do the really low-cost RTDs and things. They have beers and wines, and they are higher priced than the bottle stores do. So I think that that's mitigated against there. I'm really looking forward to getting the community feedback on this. Our communities have been asking this for a really long time. I remember being gutted that we finished the last process when we did, and really pleased that the law changes enabled this to come back and proceed in a much clearer and less risky way. Thanks.
Tyrone.
Kia ora. I too would like to thank staff for this. It's not easy. There's lots of things to consider and to try and get a just and equitable outcome for the whole city, and that's all of the city, including the rural parts of it. And so great work there. But I believe that we really do need to do this. We need to. I mean, it's healthy in a constructive and civil society to reflect on things that do cause harm, and I think it's important to be able to do this in this forum. So it's really great that it's going out for consultation. I just will speak very quickly to the amendment that I've put up. So I just need to reiterate that this is to avoid unintended consequences. So the communities in Banks Peninsula are necessarily very compact because of the geography that they're in, and the early settlers and all their wisdom put the schools quite close to the commercial areas, in Littleton in particular, and well, they even put it next to a prison. So that's what they were thinking back in the day. The prisons thankfully disappeared, but the school remains very, very close to the commercial area. So as the initial proposals stood, I mean, 200 metres, pretty much every school in Banks Peninsula is within 200 metres of the commercial area. So I think reducing that distance from sensitive sites is kind of reasonable and pragmatic and sensible for the communities in Banks Peninsula. But noting Councillor Templeton's observation that this is not the end, this is an opportunity to get out and ask the community and to see what they think of that, and hopefully they'll take a pragmatic view as well. No, that'll do. Yep, thank you.
Melanie.
Thanks. I think initially, ideally, actually, I would like to see the draft go out as a result of the community engagement that we've had today. I personally didn't really want any changes, which was why I put through that first amendment, because I think that we should make it clear any changes councillors are making today to the public when we go out for consultation. So I'm happy with that new amendment. I don't support Andre's and Sam's amendment. I do understand what you're trying to achieve, and bottle stores are definitely the big problem. However, one, we've already had engagement on this, and 75% don't want to see pubs, taverns and nightclubs near schools in future. So I think we should support those people that have been involved in the engagement up to date. And I'm also thinking of places in my part of the city, like Addington and Hill Morton here, where you have people that might go to a pub or bottle stores, all those things. They might be walking down the street, go to the park. We've got, and they can come across kids that are coming home from school, those sorts of things. I just would rather we go out with what we had initially put in the draft. I will happy to support Tyrone's. Initially, I didn't like that one much either, but it does make sense in Banks Peninsula to a degree. So it'd be good to see what the feedback is on there. And with Pauline's one, I agree with the comments around levelling the playing field. I know the supermarkets are not going to like this if this is to pass, although I suspect it probably won't. But I think the aim of it is to address alcohol harm, which is the whole point of local alcohol policy that we're putting forward. So that's what I'm keeping in mind.
Celeste?
Just repeating what everyone else has said, thanks so much to staff for their work on this and patiently explaining all the different aspects of it. I think it's been a really good process. Overall, I agree with the direction and the amendments. The one that I am quite concerned about is the one around supermarkets. It's probably the first time I've heard that less competition in supermarkets is a good idea. Living in an area that would be impacted by this, I can say that the current operators aren't up to scratch. So by putting forward something that would be a disincentive to an investment decision for another supermarket to come in would actually be a negative impact on that community, and I'm sure many others would feel the same. We also know, based upon feedback from the community and from staff, is that supermarkets provide a broader kind of amenity. So just focusing on alcohol harm, you're looking at it too narrowly. So that's why supermarkets were excluded from that. I would say that what we can see in some of these areas is actually the supermarkets don't do a good job, and if other supermarkets were to come into the area, they might have to lift their game. We also see that the pricing isn't particularly competitive in some of those areas. So there's an array of issues that come about by trying to solve one problem. You're actually fueling other problems. I would also add that the current approach actually does give us discretion to look at those operators. So I just don't see where the value is being added here. So I will definitely not be supporting this one today. Thank you.
Sam?
Thank you. I will support the LAP in principle, along with Andre's amendment. I think, sort of my views from a policy point of view, it makes it a lot more consistent and clear, particularly when you're dealing with something like the DLC. And sometimes, and I think I've said it before, they do, in my view, jump outside their lane, whereas I think this gives real good clarity and certainty to people. It sort of, in my mind, also reflects sort of existing use rights, and I think that's something we should kind of bear in mind. I won't be supporting Pauline's supermarket one. I completely get the intent of it, but I just, in my mind, when the central government have sort of signalled they're looking at what they do with supermarkets, I can't see how disincentivising additional supermarkets or competition to go into higher deprivation areas is going to lead to better outcomes for that community when there is already alcohol being sold in that community. It would be different if there wasn't, but the reality is there is already alcohol sold through these premises. All we would be doing is preventing more supermarkets, potentially of different brands, moving in to help hopefully drive down prices. So I think it would probably have the unintended consequences of affecting the lower deprivation areas of the city, and potentially that's counterintuitive. I know exactly the intent, but I just, in my mind, can't see how that would play out, so wouldn't necessarily support that, but we'll obviously welcome the feedback that comes for the next wee while and go from there. But it is good that we can finally just have something done and we can move on as a council, and I think actually just everyone's dealt with this in a really constructive way, and would also just thank the team for the work on this. Like I said last time, I think this is far less radical than I thought you were going to do, and I think the fact that you've been able to land on this from the pre-engagement suggests why we're able to have a constructive conversation today, so thank you for that.
Andre?
Thank you. I'll just speak to my amendment. So, my concern certainly is that it would put a sinking lid on hospitality venues in certain zones. And just to be clear, one of those sensitive zones is within the 4Avs, and it's a zone that includes a number of nighttime establishments along St. Asaph Street, including live music venues. And of course, if one was to close down, someone tried to open up later, they wouldn't be allowed. There are other parts of Christchurch where that will be an issue, such as Littleton, where there's parts still to be developed, and there'll be other parts as well, which would have to come back and fix up later. It would also risk potentially looking silly because you could still open up a restaurant or cafe. And there are such things as late night restaurants. For example, I remember back in the days Winnebago's restaurant by day and evening, late night, it would operate as a music venue. So you end up with a disjointed policy and people being a restaurant and still opening up late anyway. So what were you trying to fix? That is not exactly clear. And if someone's wanting to open up a pub or whatever in an inappropriate location, the DLC already has powers to deal with that. The community can object. I'm just not aware of that really happening because it appears as though there aren't really issues with those types of venues opening up. If we end up with a great big proliferation of pubs and nightclubs in the city, first off, I'll be very, very surprised the way the global economy is going. But if we end up with this great big proliferation of that, then maybe we come back and revisit this policy. I'm just really struggling to see that happening in the near future. If we want to reduce harm, then we shouldn't be advancing a policy that risks getting people out of controlled unlicensed premises and into bottle stores, which are open all day, and we know that off-licence is where the real harm is caused. That's ultimately what the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act in 2012 did. It got a lot of people out of hospitality businesses when they tightened up on a lot of those things. And sure enough, what it's resulted in, many hospitality businesses have gone out of business and bottle stores are flourishing and popping up everywhere. That's what happened following that legislation. So we shouldn't be putting forward any policy that risks potentially closing down on licenses and moving people to off licenses. We are here wanting to reduce harm as I understand it. Just one of the unintended consequences of the policy as a whole that I am still concerned about is a lot of supermarkets now don't open past 9 or 10 p.m. If you bring in a 9 p.m. rule, a lot that open till 10, some will say bugger it, will just close at 9 instead. I'm told that's happened in some cases in Auckland. I need to check that, but that's what I'm told. And likewise, if Waimakariri have already introduced their LAP, there's bottle stores open in Kaipoi and Rangiora until 10 p.m. So we could close off ours at 9 p.m, but actually someone will still be able to then drive over 20, 30 minutes away and buy alcohol between 9 and 10 anyway. They won't be able to Uber Eats it from their local, but they will be able to drive 20 minutes, half an hour. So that's unintended consequence there. The people can still access alcohol within a few minutes until 10 anyway. So, another concern.
Thank you. Another exciting day. This is a really momentous, I hate to use that word, this is a really impactful and really valuable and hugely beneficial thing that we're going to be doing for the community, and we should acknowledge that at every step of the journey. I'm agnostic on whether I support Councillor Moore and McDonald's amendment, because I'm on one hand, I want to make sure that as we go down this path, we're holding hands and singing Kumbaya for as long as we can. But on the other hand, I'm not actually going to physically touch your hand, Andre, but on the other hand, I'm also heartened by the responses we had from officers that gave me good comfort that we can protect our optionality as we go through the process, which is really important, and actually Mary's advice as well about actually detailing the journey and the things that we've already talked about and engaged with in the pre-engagement. So I feel pretty confident and comfortable that we're heading into a good decision, and a robust and a very defendable decision. On the supermarket issue, I have to, I guess, disagree with that amendment. I mean, it would be great if we lived in a world where supermarkets didn't care whether they sold booze or not. But while it isn't their primary purpose, and I think that should be recognised, it is important to them. And as Foodstuffs and Woolworths, and hopefully there'll be a third operator at some stage, come into the market, as they're making those investment decisions, I would hate to have that extra barrier of, we have the uncertainty of not knowing whether we can have an important part of our business get approved or not. So I wouldn't want to see that happen. So all that being said, good day, good work, and can't wait to hear what the public have to say.
The tiny bit that I'm going to say is staff done a hell of a lot of work on this, and they went and talked to stakeholders, and they came back with an extremely pragmatic result. It was, and apart from the fact that we're going to play around with a couple of little amendments, we haven't gone daft and gone over the top. I think this is great. Get it out for consultation, and see what happens. So I think it's, as you said, Jake, it's a great get it done. So I will now do the amendments individually. Okay. So we've got the first one up there, which is the one by Melanie and Tyrone. Is that right? Everyone can see that highlighted? Oh, sorry, I missed something.
Yeah, Mel and Sarah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, right. So here we have that one that's there. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you, that is carried. The next one, which is A2. Okay, you see that one right there. That's from Andre and Sam. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
Show of hands. Or division.
It's carried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for Amendment A2, Councillor Templeton. No. Councillor McLennan.
Yes.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, it's not here.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Fields.
Yes.
Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Donovan. Yes. Councillor Coker.
No.
Councillor Peters.
No.
The Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor Scundrett.
Yes.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Councillor Henstock.
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cotter? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4 and 3 again.
Okay, thank you, that is carried. Okay, so we'll move to the next one, right there. And that's by Tyrone and Melanie, is that right? Yes, is that right, Tyrone and Melanie? Yeah. Okay, so I'll put that motion, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Brilliant, thank you very much. And then we'll move down to A5, the primary purpose one. All of those in favour? Aye. Against? No. That is lost. Do you want division? If you want division, that's fine.
He's called for one. Called for one.
You're going to do it?
He's called for one.
Oh, cool. Oh, you call for it, you do it. Okay. So,
It's good we didn't move it.
now do the substantive.
Mm.
And I don't need any of that.
So for division for A5, Councillor Moore?
No.
Deputy Mayor Cotter? Councillor McClellan? Councillor Barber?
No.
Councillor McDonald?
No.
Councillor Fields?
No.
The Mayor?
No.
Councillor Scandrett?
Aye.
Councillor Harrison Hunt?
No.
Councillor Coker?
Yes.
Councillor Templeton? No. Councillor Donovan? No. Councillor Peters? Yes. And Councillor Henstock?
No.
1, 2, 3, 4 again. 4 yes and the remaining against.
Okay, so that is lost. Thank you very much. So now we'll vote on the substantive because it's already got a mover and seconder. So I'll put the substantive. All of those in favour? Aye. Against? That is brilliant. Thank you very much. So now I will move and Pauline will second to come out of standing orders.
Reinstate.
Reinstate. Oh, come out of PX reinstate. Yeah, it actually has got reinstate. So all of those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That's carried. Now that's very good work, everyone. So I think if we come back at 11:20, please, or just before, because we need a bit of a rest. Thank you. 8, Kokarara to Port Levy. Pauline and I are the main actors on the substantive, but there is a amendment from Tyrone and seconded by Mel. Okay. Right. So we put the amendment first. Yep. So would you like to talk the amendment on anything? No. Talk to it. Would you want to say anything about it?
Yeah. No.
Why are you doing it?
Absolutely. I think that so the recommendations come from the community board. I think that we've sought some more information just on some of the criteria around the recommendation, particularly in relation. Well, I don't want to get too deeply into why, but basically, at the time of the board's decision, there were some things that weren't quite clear in terms of timeframes, what was really going to happen with the macrocarpa hedge that you can see there in 2D, and thanks to staff advice, we've been able to iron that out and just make it a lot clearer and what the obligations are for the different parties. So that's why I'm putting that up today. It's really just to clarify some of the things that were left a little bit.
So that's cool. So you've got a mover and a seconder. I will now put the yes. Sorry, question. Yeah. All right. Debate.
Thanks. Yeah. I'm really happy with Councillor Field's amendments there. I think that they make sense and they bring it much more into line with the other work that we've done with the Taylorsville Stake, Hobson's Bay and Boulder Bay batches. One of the crucial parts about providing licences to occupy that public land space and that public road space is that the area around it should still feel like public access, not feel like private property, and people shouldn't be discouraged. And by having the macrocarpa hedge there and those kind of things, it did make that whole area look like private property and that people wouldn't access it. So I think this is a really good pragmatic way to both allow the licence but still make the land around it public access as it should be. So thanks for putting that forward, Tyrone.
All right.
I mean, I've largely said what I need to say, but again, this amendment, which I obviously support, respects the decision made by the community board. It respects the public's right to be able to, and residents' right to be able to have unimpeded access to the foreshore, and it puts some clarity and some certainty around what must happen with the macrocarpa hedge, which has been mentioned, and some other bits and pieces. So it's just about getting clarity and about being very clear about the rights and obligations of the various participants. So I'm supporting.
Okay, everyone happy? Right. So I'm putting which is moved and seconded, I'm putting the amendment. Okay. All those in favour? Aye. Against? That's good. That's carried. So now I do the whole shebang, don't I, Mary? Okay, so we've got a mover and seconder on the substantive. So
the substantive will incorporate all the changes, which I'll fix at the
Okay, great. Okay. Yeah, so just clarifying that the substantive will be incorporated all the changes. So, because you can't really move that one when it says 25. Yeah.
No, it was because the substantive had already been moved. But you can unmove it.
Yeah.
Well, we decided because it's supporting the news.
Can I just check though? Could you scroll down to the other one? Because I think it's just replaced it. A lot of those things are already in the substantive.
But that's just what we're saying. So are you happy just to withdraw your one now? Yeah. Yep.
Well, we've already voted on it.
Yeah. So that's right. So
the amendment becomes a substantive.
Can we get some proper advice on the process from here now that we've passed that ahead of the substantive?
So if the mover and seconder want to withdraw that,
Yeah.
do you want to, if you withdraw your moving and seconded of the board recommendation, this could be the decision. Yeah.
Yep. Anything for a quiet life. Okay, so don't have to do anything. No. That's it.
Yep.
Goodie-o. Right. Now, number 10. Canterbury Museum draft annual plan request. Peter, John. Welcome. Far away, gents.
Hi, kia ora. Perhaps before Peter and I offering any background or answering questions, I understand there's been an amendment suggested, which rather changes the nature of the recommendations of the report. So Peter and I had proposed, rather than going through the report itself, just to be available to discuss any questions or implications arising out of that amendment. However, we are happy to discuss anything museum related at the same time.
In actual fact, I'd like to move it as the recommendation, please. Yeah.
Right, you want to move what?
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've just moved the...
No, move in second.
I got it. I was first. Yeah. If you went back and watched the video, I said it first.
Can I just say, understanding orders, the mayor gets to chair who moves it if there's two different things.
I'll move the amendment then, it's mine.
Okay.
With a seconder.
Sorry, carry on, John.
Yeah, Peter and I are happy to answer any questions on the report.
Okay, questions, please. Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. Did you got the questions I put in to the briefing? Because obviously there was no time in the briefing to have questions answered. So I put some questions in around other philanthropic funding, but I don't know if I've had a response. Can't find the response.
When were the questions submitted, Councillor?
At the briefing that we had yesterday with the museum.
But I can't recall the team preparing and considering a response to those questions at this point, no.
Right. Do we have any sense of like what the Christchurch Foundation or Rata or lotteries have offered, contributed to the museum?
The museum did not disclose any further commitments against what they reported yesterday.
They did not mention either or any of those three yesterday.
Yeah, understood, which is why I put the question in, because they obviously, there was a short briefing and there were no time for questions, so I still did put them in.
We have no visibility of those organisations being involved today, Councillor.
Right.
And had we answered your question, that's what we would have said.
But have we seen their funding plan, their fundraising plan?
No.
Okay. Sarah, did you have a question? Did you put your... Yep.
Oh, I was just going to say that they talked about the fact that they were going to do separate philanthropic funding, but for that last stage, for the exhibition fit out, rather than for the capital.
Stage 6.
Yeah.
And that was their position for the LTP and previously as well.
Oh, sorry.
We're just looking at it, thinking that Pauline's one is actually an amendment to the substantive motion. No, because we'd do the amendment first. And
So you can
then
move
we'll go
the
to the substantive.
staff recommendation.
So
Pauline
you
moves an
can see,
amendment.
if you look in here, what's happened here, you can see by the crossing out, the underlining is the amendment that Councillor Cotter or Deputy Mayor Cotter has made to number 4. She's proposing to add 5, add 6, 7's the same, and delete 8. So it's an amendment to the. Can we just confirm who your seconder is, Sarah?
Second the amendment.
Okay. Let Pauline Far away, mate.
Thank you. Look, the reason that I've moved this as an amendment was first because I was too slow to move it as the substantive. Didn't have enough breakfast. But I believe that this is quite a significant decision. I think it would be really good to hear from the people of Christchurch on whether we commit funding to this project. The funding is spread out over several years, I think about 4 years. It's of the 25 million, the museum is asking 21 from this council and the balance from the other 3 councils who are also involved. So it's not all in one hit. It is capital, so it's got a smaller rate impact than if it was operational. So I think this actually gives us a chance to hear from the people of how much they value this regional facility. When I say regional, it spreads out over Canterbury. And then we can take a lead from that and reconvene before the end of December. The last meeting looks like it's the 10th of December, and make a decision at that point. So I think this is a pragmatic way to deal with this really tricky issue. The museum has, I know that we are once again a little bit between a rock and a hard place, but it comes to how much value you put on this as a facility and an attraction for Christchurch, Otatahi and the surrounding areas, and that we will wait to hear from the people. So I think please support going out for consultation, because this is the best way that we can gauge our future direction. Thank you.
Sarah, you seconded it. Do you want to chip in?
I'll just hold mine to near the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I just wondered if someone could explain how it's going to work.
Peter, you can't explain how it's going to work, could you?
Sorry, I'm probably being really thick. What I don't understand is we would agree to consult, then we'd make a decision in December, and then would that where's the financial impact? Does that get baked into the next annual plan? So is it?
So I'm assuming that the December is to be able to give them comfort or not by their requested January cut-off in terms of letting the next phase or a portion of it. And so that would ultimately be an approval to commit before the next annual plan goes out for consultation. But the commitment is there, so effectively it would be a between annual plans.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Approval.
All right. So we'll go into debate for the amendment. Who would like? Sorry, Kel. Fire away.
So we're only pulling the amendments only about the consultation? Pauline? Sorry? The amendments only about the... Is only about the consultation? Essentially, okay.
And then make a decision the feedback from the consultation.
Okay.
Before the end of the year. They needed an answer by January in order to get the security or the surety for the pipeline of work and their contracts to be signed. If we don't do this, it's a rock and a hard place. If we don't do this, it's going to cost more in the long run to finish it. It's just for consultation at this stage.
Just to clarify the process, that the museum come in a funny time that doesn't fit in with our annual plan, to be baked into our annual plan. So this would allow, from my understanding of what you're proposing, to be consulted about it. Then it can be baked in the next annual plan potentially, but the museum will have, if it goes through their surety, that it is coming in the next annual plan and they can bake it into their project. Otherwise, they're potentially unsure about whether the money's coming.
So should this be called a special consultative process? Because it will be a rate impact.
No.
Okay.
Just a consultation.
All right. Yep. Cool. Yeah, hang on. Yep. Aaron, did you have a question? And then there's Vic, and then there's Sam.
Yeah, just a couple of questions on timing. How long ago would have they needed to have come to council for us to know to get it into this year's annual plan? 10 weeks? 12 weeks ago?
No, they would have needed it last year.
Last year. To get it in, in the queue.
Right, okay. So in December, so what are we, that's what, 4.5 months ago? At which point did they not realise they were kind of off the mark by 50 plus $1 million.
The trouble is that their process is wound into their act. That's right, isn't it, Peter?
Their consultation process, yes.
Is in their act. So that's why we need to get ahead of their act.
But they didn't know 4 months ago that they were going to be that, because normally, I mean, crikey, if I'm working on something and it's going to be out by $50 million, I'd be spotting that a wee way off. Yeah, so if they told us that last year, why? Okay, obviously it didn't sink in here.
Sam?
Yeah, thanks. Just two things. Just the 10th of December, like, would we not be better? I'm just thinking of, you know, when we did the stadium consultation with the extra money, we did it within the term. So is there a reason we would delay it till after the election, or whether we're actually better to just get it done before the election?
I think this is saying no later, no December, because we haven't had time to even look at where we'd fit it in our consultation process. So this is just saying no later than this.
So could we change that to no later than the election? Because, I mean, I'm just thinking of how we're overlaying it with terms.
We haven't had a chance to talk to our consultation team or anything. We will aim for that, but I'd hate to have that deadline.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And just the other one is, are we going to put some conditions around, like, would we go out and consult saying, you know, would you be comfortable with us giving the $21 million, well, when I say giving, people of Christchurch paying the $21 million, provided that the other councils contribute and the government contribute, and then what happens to the philanthropic portion? Like, how are we, because what Tom said yesterday was, if we, they'd love our 21 mil, but actually if they didn't get the rest, then they would just spend the 21 mil and would still not have a museum that's open. So it wouldn't, in my mind, it wouldn't make sense to spend the 21 mil if they're not getting the rest of the money. So can we be explicit in these resolutions around the sort of co-funding requirements? Oh,
so in public.
I agree with Sarah Templeton, and I've just set it onto the green line.
So would we want to put that as a noting provision that the expectation is that the Crown contribution will also equal the local government contribution as anticipated?
It's what we're going, I guess it's just what we're going to consult on. Are we going to consult saying, you know, people of Christchurch would pay provided that the government and the other councils also contribute?
Yeah.
Like that, and then, because if
I'm happy to do that. What's the wording we should put in then?
So I think perhaps it's because I've only just seen this now. Sorry, so I'm thinking off the top of my head. Is I agree to consult with the community on options regarding. So because you're saying, do we consult it? We just give it outright. Do we give it conditional on things? Do we give a proportion? So you're saying, from what I understand, you're asking what options are we consulting on?
Well,
what
it's probably a bit like the LAP in a way, is we go out with a proposal which, in my mind, if we're going to do it, would be contingent on government and other councils. Because what, unless I miss it, what Tom said yesterday was the day before, the 51 mil is what they need to fix the shell.
No, the shell's finished. The 51 mil is to fit out the shell.
Sorry, to fit out the shell, but then you wouldn't, so it wouldn't make sense to only give them 21 that doesn't fix that. If the government
take 5 minutes because we need to just clarify. I'm not quite sure that I understand what you're asking. Whether people want to go out with one option and define what that is now, or go out with a few options that we're consulting people on. So can we take 5 minutes and just clarify what you're proposing?
Yep, 5 minutes, please.
Okay, well, welcome back, everyone, and sorry for that wee delay. The mover and seconder have agreed to the change in this, which was now becomes the substantive, and there's no other debate. Yes, certainly.
Close on this. Thank you for the mover and seconder for accommodating this. I think it's a pragmatic way to go, as I said, of course. But I'm hoping that in the consultation document there will be the reference to the rate impact, which is 0.01, 0.03, 0.05, 0.05 over 4 years. I think that needs to be stated in the document too. So providing that happens, and all good. So please support this. Thank you.
One of the things that's going to happen, we'll go out for consultation. We'll hear, hopefully, clearly one way or the other. Yes, we will, or no, we won't. And then we know what the residents actually want. We could make a decision here today which we could be very popular or unpopular with. So let's get it, from the people. One thing I do know that we heard yesterday, the price, and I checked it out this morning, the price for the fit out which is what we've been asked for the contribution to, is held. It's been priced. They need to press the go button by January, and that price is held for 3 years. So that's what we're looking at, and it's a price. It's not a guesstimate that's going to go through the roof, from what I'm told. So we've got a question or debate. Sorry.
Thanks, and like Pauline said, thanks for incorporating this. I think it makes a lot of sense. Both the staff recommendation and the current motion both talked about doing consultation with the community. It's just that it was a bit nonsensical to consult after the deadline, and I think that bringing this forward just makes a lot of sense. And looking forward to hearing from the community and using, if the community is supportive, then using this to trigger further funding for the museum, especially from central government, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
Yanni, please.
So I was going to ask if the mover and seconder wouldn't mind a resolution to ask the Christchurch Foundation to help.
Not at this stage.
No.
So
but we have someone from the Christchurch Foundation here, not at this stage.
Yanni, also the museum has employed a funding person who seems to be very capable, and I think we should just butt out and leave them to it.
Yep.
Is there a way then that we can get the philanthropics to work together and have a collective strategy around it, rather than everyone going I just recall some of the horror stories from the cathedral.
That's why they've got a funding manager.
Yeah, which is great.
Yeah, so let them do the job.
So I'm just wondering, how do we get
We're in debate, mate. Marcus.
Thank you. Really pleased to see us come to this point of going to consultation to the public. It'll be interesting to see the sentiment on this one. We've all seen the cathedral, come to a mothball end where they're on hold at the moment. And I'd hate to see, and I suspect the public will probably hate to see, the idea of the museum ending up anywhere near the same. We want to be able to give the museum the certainty that they can go forward. So this consultation is to give us some sort of feedback from the community. Do they agree that we step up and give them the certainty for the funding, which is in the outer years, years 2, 3, 4, or do they not want us to support the museum and allow the museum to fall into a mothball state? Because what I hear around the traps is that the museum not being available 5 years is already hurting people. People don't like that idea. So hopefully when this consultation goes out, we can feel the pulse of the people and get some certainty as to whether we can commit early next year at latest. So let's get on with this and get their consultation out to find the will of the people.
Tim?
Thank you. I too want to hear from the people, and I will keep an open mind until I do. The one thing that I will insist on, though, is that if the people come back and say, yes, let's do it, that the museum absolutely insists and does the clause that brings our partners, our 3 Fair Weather friends next door, in on this to the maximum they are required, because we cannot continue to put pressure on our ratepayers, especially when we're hearing there is a cost of living crisis. Everyone has to chip in. Thank you.
Andre.
I was going to use my 3 minutes to sing Kumbaya, but I remembered I can't sing, so instead I'll just commend colleagues who are coming up with a pragmatic solution here.
Aaron?
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn on this one because I don't like cost blowouts, but they're very common in this city. So, and that's why, like pretty much everyone else here, I'm happy to hear what the public say, but I also want to see a new operating model out of the museum going forward. To be brutally honest, museums are just entertainment attractions, like lots of other entertainment attractions all around the world. And the best museums in the world have queues out the door, and you pay big money to get in. So that's the reality of the field they're in. So just subsidising museums is not the future. Having attractions that people line up and are happy to pay to get into is the way forward. Now, there's two models on that. One is like the one they use in LA, which is a fantastic museum because it's got 3 full-size Tyrannosaurus Rex skeletons there. It's the only museum in the world with that display, makes it unique. Foreigners visiting, like myself, have to pay $27 to get in. Locals from LA County who are already subsidising it get in free. That's quite a good model. And I hope we move towards a model like that we have attractions that people from around the world and around this country and around the city want to see. And I'd like it if the locals and local children who have already subsidised it get in free, and everyone else can chip in to the running of such a great attraction.
Samuel?
Yeah, I'm happy with this. I think it's good to work together with this. I think the key thing here for anyone watching is, that requirement for the government and for other councils to contribute to their, say, all too often Christchurch bears the brunt of this stuff. And I think going out to the public, being really clear that we will look at doing this. They'll have to pay for it if they choose to, but it's contingent on the government and other councils contributing is the really big thing here. I have to say, I agree with Aaron in terms of the operating model. I was sort of concerned to read that the staffing numbers have increased at the museum at a time when the museum isn't open, and I know they're doing stuff in the background. But we do give them, people of Christchurch and Canterbury give $9 million a year to them, and you have to wonder whether there are actually some savings that could be generated from within that to help fund, maybe stage 6 of this as they work through those as well. But I think this is, in my mind, very clear. When we go out and consult, we're saying, if the people of Christchurch want to contribute to this, to get it done, they can, but it is for stage 5, so just literally that stage, and we're not in a position, the museum have said they will contribute to the philanthropic stage of stage 6, so we wouldn't be on the table for that, but this gets to that final point. And it really is going to be for others to commit, or else this doesn't go ahead, but I think we're doing our bit by listening to people, so a good outcome.
Okay, thank you, Sam. So that's the mover and seconder to had their bit, so I'm going to put this motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you, that's carried. Brilliant. Okay, so number 11. Potential reduction in the extent of Littleton residential heritage area. Where's Tyrone?
They'll be out because they...
Okay.
I think because they had a conflict. Yes, great.
Yeah.
What happened?
All right. Okay. We have the presentation.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Far away, please.
Thank you, Mayor Major. Kia ora, councillors. Thank you for having us here. I'm here today with Glenda Dixon, Senior Planner in City Planning. It's in response to the resolution from Council on the 11th of December in relation to Plan Change 13 Heritage to explore the reduction of the proposed residential heritage area in Littleton. Just before we get into the detail of that, I just want to give you a slight context on Plan Change 13. Good news, we've had agreement to the extension of time on the statutory period for that. That's to the 17th of September this year, and we are working within that context at pace to complete the plan change. we have now appointed a panel, and the date for the hearing will be mid-June. I'll hand over to Glenda now to take you through the details of that investigation.
Good afternoon, councillors. This presentation is going to be very brief. The first point I'd like to make is that Littleton Township is registered by Heritage New Zealand as an historic area and has been since 2009. That includes nearly all of Littleton. So that historic area is actually quite a bit larger than Council's proposed residential heritage area. There have been a few previous prunings of the extent of that area, and we'll have a map in a minute. And the latest review, as a result of that December resolution from Council, indicates that we can take out 72 further properties without having a major effect on the heritage values. This is only in respect of peripheral sites that were considered, because the heritage consultant's view was that removing internal sites would compromise the authenticity and integrity of the area. And on top of the 72, there are 2 properties owned by Ngāti Wheke at Upper Verlas Road. You probably know that's a former school site, which we think could also be excluded from the heritage area in order to help facilitate the proposed Papakainga development there. You've probably looked at this already. There are 6 clusters, as we mentioned, and they're shown with it hatched, black hatched. So they're kind of on the outer extent of some of those bits of promontories, as it were. And they're at those streets listed there, not all of those streets, just some of those streets. So beyond that, as Darren mentioned, we don't really have any time for any further reviews of the extent, because we're already writing evidence for the hearing, which will be in June. And at that point, the concept of residential heritage areas and also the methodology for them and the planning provisions built on those will be heard and determined. So that's it for my presentation. So we'll obviously be happy to answer any questions.
Tyler, please.
Kia ora. Just got a couple of quick ones. What was the methodology in selecting those 72 properties? I mean, what were the reasons for selecting those ones in particular?
We asked the heritage consultant to look for areas that might be able to be removed, which she could actually justify in terms of not having a major effect on the heritage values of Littleton. So if you look at the list of properties, there's reasons on the back of that. I think it's one of the attachments where she's kind of explained why some of those properties could be removed.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you have 2?
Yeah, it was pretty much around those properties that do have heritage provisions on them. In terms of healthy homes, if a resident wanted to renovate / insulate / weatherproof, etc., what are the separate things that they need to do in terms of regulation if they were under that heritage provision in comparison to not being under it?
There's a permitted activity in those heritage areas of doing works, which are basically to give effect to the building code requirements. So those sorts of things are not really controlled. It's more the major things like demolition.
Gotcha.
Or alterations and additions.
That's
or
good
new
to know.
buildings actually as well.
Which includes adding extra rooms or
Yes,
things
yes.
like that. Okay, great, thank you.
I assume Tyrone's moving this.
An amendment that I put up.
Yeah.
Your Worship. Very slight amendment to the.
And
to
okay.
happy to move it with that included.
Explain to everyone what that is, please.
Yeah, look, I think that as staff have said, so some areas have been withdrawn from the RHA. It's proposed to move forward, and so the properties that I put up there in my amendment are just an extension by four sections on the upper side of Cressy Terrace in Littleton that are in line with, in my view, with the properties that have been withdrawn. Just noting that one of those properties is considered to be defining, but has had substantial work done on it in line with 90 Cressy Terrace, which has also been withdrawn. So I think that there's a consistency there. So I just think that very, very small amendment would just tidy up that high side of Cressy Terrace there.
Okay. So
bearing in mind that the overall this substantially extends the area in Littleton where homeowners and property owners are and their property rights are impacted on.
Mm-hmm.
So and while I understand, obviously, I'm a huge proponent of heritage, and Littleton is such a great example that it needs to be protected. I think that we just need to apply some common sense in the way that we're going about it.
Thank you. I'd be interested in the staff's comments on that amendment and how quickly could you get the consultants' views on that, because I'm concerned about the major impact on the heritage values of the area as a whole. Where is the line? Because this looks like creep.
I think it's probably best if I ask Mark to speak to that.
So in light of the suggestion put forward, we sought some urgent advice this morning from the heritage expert, and they did express concerns with both this and an alternative to it, which would impact on the integrity of the residential heritage area. That's from the heritage expert's standpoint. What still has to be tested is the other evidence to inform the planning position. So the hearing's in June. When the hearing's held, there'll be also economic evidence on behalf of council presented, and the hearings panel will need to weigh up the provisions and what effect they have on these properties, having regard to the costs and benefits of doing so from an economic standpoint. So
okay, so just help me understand that, please. If that doesn't get across the line today, there could be an opportunity for it to get across the line in the hearing in June.
Correct.
Thank you.
Did you have your hand up, Cal? Were you just scratching your nose? Pauline and then Tyrone.
So I'm just not quite clear of the process either. So if this passes today, number 4, then that doesn't go before the hearings panel, is that correct?
That's correct. So today is very much about the scope of what is presented to the hearings panel, and if 4 is passed, then it wouldn't be before the hearings panel. If you decided to keep it in, then it would be subject to further evidence before the hearing.
So, and your advice that you've just given to Councillor Henstock is that actually you would not recommend these to come out?
Based on the expert opinion of the heritage expert acting for council.
It would have a significant effect on the heritage fabric of Littleton.
I can't recall the exact wording, but
I think she's of the opinion that particularly 40, which is the defining building, are important for the heritage values in that area, and actually taking any of those out is going to start undermining the context of that area. So she's not happy with it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll do Mel and then Tyrone because he's got more to say about it.
Could we have a map up in these 4 properties pointed out on it, please?
Yeah.
What a great idea, Melanie.
Yeah. Yeah. But it doesn't show that whether it's green or yellow or blue or orange.
Oh, sorry, it's not on the screen anyway.
No, it doesn't.
Nice one now.
Next one.
How can we?
Can you pointer? Do we have a red pointer? Do we have a pointer?
Hang on. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. So back down there, right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yellow, green, yellow, blue, in that space there. Yep. Noting that the blue one there has been withdrawn because of substantial alterations. So these are right on the periphery of Littleton, on the Western Hill there, and not in
Okay.
one. 2 net shore and 1 contributor.
Mel,
Can I ask Tyrone a question?
fire away.
So why have you included the defining one, the blue one?
Because it, in my view, meets the same criteria as the one that the blue one that's been withdrawn there.
Vic?
So can staff help me understand, please, then, regarding the criteria? Is it simply the location and the proximity to other vehicles, residences, or does the nature and the heritage values of the individual properties themselves have some impact? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the reasons that yourselves or the consultant would not include this at the moment and package it up with these other ones. Surely there must be something more to it.
Do you mean not include as in keep in the heritage area, or not include as in exclude?
Sorry, what was the question?
I think Mark has touched on the fact that both our heritage consultant and I, as the planning witness at the hearing, don't agree with taking those 4 properties out. Your question about individual values versus collective, the emphasis of heritage areas is on the collective heritage values, but we also have to look at the individual properties as well, because obviously if you, for example, allowed demolition as a permitted activity, then you'd end up with not a hell of a lot within a space of time. So I think it's looking at the overall picture and the context, and that is quite an area with heritage values, as I have heard.
And so is there anything that you can tell us to add to the conversation today about specific heritage aspects of those properties that Councillor Fields is trying to remove?
I think it's a question of the sort of overall integrity of that part of the heritage area, which our heritage consultant says does have historical, architectural and contextual value. So contextual in terms of not just the immediate streetscape, but the views to and from the port area in the east, etc. I am not an expert on those individual properties.
Okay, so where we are here is Tyrone has moved it as long as that's in it.
Yep.
Okay, is there a seconder for 0? Okay, so that becomes the substantive, isn't it?
So to clarify, can I have an option to not vote for number 4, please?
Yes, you certainly
Thank you.
can. Certainly can. So what we'll do is put the whole thing, but if you'd rather number 4 wasn't there, please let us know.
Yeah, that's what we do. Yeah, we'll vote on 4 separately.
Okay, vote on 4 first, shall we?
No, we vote on all of them in 4 separately. It's
Yeah.
one motion, but we're just voting on 4 separately.
Yeah. So put them. Okay, so I've got a mover and second. We'll vote on all of that apart from number 4. All those in favour?
So are we voting on 4 or the
I'm getting a bit confused as well myself.
Yeah.
So we're voting on 1 to 3 and then 4 separately
Okay. Right. Do you want to do debate?
first.
Okay. Who would like to start? Sarah would like to start.
Oh, you're moving.
You go.
Yeah. I just like to ask people to support the whole thing today, and I'm sure that Tyrone will do the same. This is one of those circumstances where I think that we need to just trust in the local councillor and their local knowledge about this area more specifically. There's only a few additional places that he's adding in. Littleton's an amazing space with heaps of character all around it. Things do change over time, and I think that's okay. I think that trusting Councillor Fields on this one and his local knowledge is the way to go. It's only one of any sort of significance, and there is still a lot of gorgeous character in Littleton. So, and it's kind of well out of the way, not actually particularly highly visible. So, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'll ask you to support my amendment and also the entire substantive as well. Like as Sarah says, I mean, I'd like to think I am very familiar with almost every single property in Littleton. I've door knocked pretty much every one of those houses on a number of times, and so understand the character and the heritage of the area. I'm just asking for a very, very small amendment to the substantive. As you can see, quite a few properties have already been proposed to be removed. Of 70, how many was it? 72. So I'm asking for 76. Two of which are of the additional 4 are neutral to the character to the heritage values. This is a street in Littleton that is extremely steep and hilly. It's very, very difficult access, and I think therefore it should be treated somewhat differently to the core of Littleton, which is to the core heritage area. That said, look, I mean, there was nothing there before. What we're proposing here is a far bigger extent of a heritage area that did not exist before. So I think it's only fair that we just kind of look at it based on my local knowledge and just adjusting it very, very slightly to meet the needs of the community. So that's...
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, thank you. Whilst I'm one of the older ones around the table, I'm certainly not a heritage expert. And I can't put the description of Littleton any better than Councillor Templeton has. It's an amazingly unique place. However, sometimes, and it seems that we choose when to support a local councillor with their knowledge and not, and that comes down to community board decisions as well. As I said, I'm not a heritage expert, so I think I will certainly be supporting the substantive, but I will not be supporting number 4.
Thank you. I value local knowledge from our councillors and our elected members, and I don't for 1 minute suggest that Councillor Fields doesn't have the benefit of that local knowledge. And I believe him when he says he knows this area. However, on this particular occasion, for me, this is not about local knowledge. It's actually about heritage expertise, and our staff have done the prudent thing by contacting their heritage expert and their consultant to get early advice on this amendment today, and they've informed us about that. So for me, it's the expert knowledge on heritage matters that actually trumps the local knowledge for me, and I'll be supporting the staff, going with staff advice, and I won't be supporting number 4. Thank you.
Melanie?
If I'm reading the map right, which I hope so, because we're making a decision on it, it looks like 38 and 40 are both defining, but Tyrone, and sorry to say this, but is trying to put the boundary between, which I can't understand the rationale for that. So I agree with what Victoria said. We should have the experts to look at this. I mean, if Tyrone had maybe said the first 3 properties, but not 40, I think, I probably would agree, but not this time, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Up to you, mate. Oh, Mark, sorry.
Thank you. I'm with Councillor Coker on that. If it didn't include 40, I'd be happy to support. But in no disrespect, Councillor Fields, I'm sure you do understand Littleton a lot better than I do. But I'm a little bit nervous around that amendment, and I'd be more than happy to have the heritage experts at the hearing consider this to make sure that the right decision is made through the hearing process. So I won't be support 4 today.
Okay. I'm just Tyler.
Yeah, I'm just using this part of debate to try and figure out what I want to do. And that's why I'm hoping Tyrone uses his right of reply. It's been widely known that I love colonial architecture, but not colonialism. Yeah, well, one thing that I do appreciate is the history and the character of an area. And Littleton played a big part of my childhood, and I walked around those streets, and there are a few haunted houses that I wish I forgot. But I'd love to hear what Tyrone has to say in regards to Cressy Terrace, particularly number 40, which is something that is a sticking point for a lot of us councillors around the table. Kia ora.
Okay, yeah, all good. Andre?
Thank you.
I thought this one.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the area. From what I can see, you can't see 40 from the road anyway.
Damn straight.
So, if you're trying to protect something you can't see anyway, I'm not quite sure where you're going with that. So, I commend Councillor Fields for what he's put forward.
All right. Yep. Okay. So we've all had our say. So we are now going to, for a start, we'll just vote on 1, 2, and 3.
Just to address directly some of the comments made by my colleagues. So I just want to be very, very clear that number 40. So it's a Edward sort of a post 1910 square box villa ultimately that's been substantially altered over the course of its life, like many properties in Littleton have been. And this is no different to number 90 Cressy Terrace, which is a much better example of a colonial era house, much older and on substantial grounds, and actually fundamentally quite beautiful. But that has been excluded, and for those reasons, I believe number 40 should be excluded as well. And I think that the idea that, I mean, obviously the heritage expert opinion is that will impact on the heritage values. We hear that a lot in Littleton, that does not enable communities to be able to go ahead with things based on technicalities. This feels to me like another example of that, and I think that we're covering huge swathes of Littleton in an LHA. I think this is a very, very small amendment based on really sound reasons, and so I would ask you to support it, please. And as Councillor Moore says, you cannot see that house from the road.
Rightio. So what we'll do is we'll do 1, 2, and 3, and we'll do 4 separate. So all those in favour of 1, 2, and 3, say aye. Aye. Against? Great. So now we'll do number 4. All those in favour of number 4? Aye. Against? Aye. Okay, cool division. Yeah. Some people have got louder voices than others.
So this is for number 4 on screen. Deputy Mayor Cotter? No. Councillor Barber?
Yes.
Councillor Coker?
No.
Councillor Donovan? Yes. Councillor Fields?
Yes.
Councillor Goff? Oh, sorry, Goff's not here. Councillor Harrison Hunt?
Yes.
Councillor Henstock? No. The Mayor?
Yep.
Councillor Johansson? Yes. Councillor Kewen? Councillor MacDonald?
Yes.
Councillor McClellan?
Yes.
Councillor Moore?
Yes.
Councillor Peters?
No.
Councillor Scandrett?
No.
And Councillor Templeton? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Okay.
4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's passed. Thank you very much. Okay, so that's right, we've got half an hour before we stop for lunch. So I'll do number 12, which I'm sure is going to be so simple it's out of control. Jake will move that.
Yes, I will.
Yeah. And Tyler will second it. It's so straightforward, it's unbelievable. Oh, is there any question? I didn't think so. Pardon me? Okay. Right. There's no question. There's no questions. We'll go into debate. Would you like to debate, Andre?
10 seconds.
I told you that 10k limit would be bad news.
Right. So that's the end of the debate. All of those in favour, please say aye. Oh, don't speak at once. You're not voting what? For 3. Oh, God.
She can just flag a thing.
You just flag 3 if you don't
flag
want.
3.
Right, here we go. Come on. We're all struggling from no food. Yeah, I know, I've eaten too many of the biscuits. I'll put this motion, all of those in favour, and you can note if you're not unhappy with one bit or not either. So all of those in favour of what's in front of us, please say aye. Aye. Against? And noted Melanie for number 3. All right? Brilliant. That is carried. Thank you very much. Do we... How long is this one going to take? Old municipal chambers, shall we do that one?
Yeah.
Okay, we're moving up to number 16 because time is of the essence, and Sam's moved it and I'm more than happy to second it. That's Old Municipal Chambers sublease approval process. Any questions, any debate? No, thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thanks, that's carried. Shall we try number 17?
Yeah, we could try number 17 with the amendment. Why don't we do your report?
My report's great. I'd like to move that. Kelly will second it. Lots of photos, yeah. It's good. So all of those in favour? Aye. Against? Thanks, that's carried. Okay. Is 17 going to give us that much brief?
We've got an amendment.
We've got an update.
The updated one of 10 days. Yep. We would just also want to
we're
draw
doing
to your
17.
attention in number 10 that 5 of those 10 days are when it's already on the agenda and sent out to you. So the actual time to consider it is actually only 5 days. So getting it in 10 days before, the papers are starting, the agenda's starting to be generated on the Wednesday. So just so you're aware of what that time frame is.
Can I just check though? Because sometimes with the current one, if it was done within the 5 days, they're usually just done as supplementary papers anyway. So there can still be a bit more time for that considering. Yeah.
If people are happy with the compromise, we can get through this pretty quickly. Yep. I'm happy to second. I think, Sam, it's your word and you should move it.
Victoria.
The question yesterday for some clarification around the straddling of election terms. Please, can I have some staff advice on that?
Yeah, and here it comes now.
Oh.
Kia ora. Is that my question or yours? So the question was regarding there's 2 provision in standing orders regarding the timeframe for notices of motions, and part of the resolution that says that if a notice of motion is lost, no similar notice of motion can be put forward within the next 6 months. That does straddle the 2 elections. There's also a second provision in standing orders where if this is regarding just a revocation of a decision, and the chair may direct the CE to refuse a notice if it has the same purpose as a notice of motion that's rejected within the last 6 months, unless there's a third of the members that have signed the new notice.
So it's okay.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Thanks. So it's clear that when we look at what Auckland and Wellington do, so one with 5 days, one with 4 weeks, and yet a much lower number of notices of motion overall, that there's something going on in our council around our table and within the organisation or something that's meaning that we're putting forward more notices of motion, and it's not necessarily the time frame that's the difference. So I'm wondering if we could do a piece of work that works out what it is. So we've got quite a different structure, for example, to the other councils. We don't have committees, or I don't know whether that makes a difference. People's feeling of agency around the table, whether they can affect change in different ways. And I'm just wondering whether that piece of work can be done, whether we could do interviews or surveys with people who've put notices of motion up, those kind of things. Because to me, the better solution is to organise it so that people don't feel like they have to put them up, which would be great. So if we could do a piece of work on that, is that possible, please?
We could put a notice of motion together.
Yeah. But it does seem, it does seem to me that is the piece of work. That does seem to me that would be the piece of work that would lead to the better outcome, which is overall less work for the organisation if we did that. Like, it's a little bit of an investment up front to try and work out what we can do.
Why is it happening?
Why is it happening, and what could we do to make it so that people around the table feel like they have more agency and more input and don't feel like they need to put up notices of motion? Well, I mean, the thing is, we're all people and we're all elected members, but so have Wellington and Auckland, and yet they don't feel the need to put up as many. So what is it that's different?
We have to wait for the item to come and then add an amendment to actually make change within whatever we want to change.
Yeah, but I'm just, rather than discussing it now, what the differences are.
We'll look into it when, but the extent of that review will depend on our capacity, but we will look into it.
Agree. And it might just be that it's done with the current council in the lead up to a new council starting, so that things could be organised slightly differently next term, so that people don't feel like they want to put stuff up all the time.
We're going to be doing some consultation about the standing orders anyway this term, for next term, so we could include it in that work as well.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yanni,
please.
I think what would be helpful is to have a really clear understanding of the work programs and how we have governance priority over what we feel is important. Like, my reflection on the notices of motion that I've put in have been because we've actually asked for something to happen and it hasn't been done in a timely way, and therefore there's a need to put in a resolution. So most of the other processes have been tried, they haven't worked, and then it results in having to get another formal decision of council. Having said that, even when the formal decision through a notice of motion has been made, it still doesn't actually give it any priority to get the work done. So I think the bigger issue for us is how we manage the capacity of the organisation in terms of the work programs for the term, and it would be good to kind of understand what flexibility or what ability we have at a governance level to prioritise things.
Okay.
So,
Andre?
I don't feel like we actually have that many notices of motion. I think they're a really good thing, and if you've got a new idea, that's the perfect place to raise it, because you can get agreement from the council before staff go and do work on it. So it, in some ways, can actually reduce staff workload and them investigating things that aren't going to be approved at council anyway. So I'm really struggling to see what the issue is with notices of motions. They're a good thing. Our residents expect us to bring ideas to the table, and that's the way to do it.
We're just having a discussion before lunch. Kelly?
Yeah, I tend to agree with Andre, actually. I don't really see what the problem is. However, it'd be really interesting to see all the notice of motions that have been put in this term, to see the nature of them and see whether there's any sort of, parallels there, you know. And that might show us something.
Tim, while we're on sort of question debate sort of a thing.
Yeah, well, let's be honest. I think it would have been better to have some kind of informal or a formal workshop on this to get some real kind of depth and to find out what's the issue. I don't see there's an issue here. I think we're all humans, and I totally agree with what Andre said. Sometimes you have a light bulb moment at the last minute, and there are options to do that with this type of thing. So it's a democracy. It's not perfect. We're humans. We make mistakes. But the key for me is to get the right information from staff to base a very valid decision on. And that is what I'm concerned about. And if staff are saying, well, look, we can do it in 10 days, 15 would be better, it's crucial for the people of Christchurch, our ratepayers, our voters, are confident that we're making the right decisions, and that's based on the information that we get.
Okay, Aaron.
mine will be a question this time, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Clarify, sorry, Aaron.
Yep.
Can we just clarify though? It's sort of ironic. We're talking about standing orders, and we're not complying with standing orders. So are we debating or are we in questions?
Sorry, Aaron, we are in debate, even though I didn't say it.
Yeah.
Oh, we're quibbating. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So we're out of questions?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, so if it's
Thank
debate,
you, Sam.
I'll do my debate. I'm like everyone sitting on this side, on the right, the
Sorry,
yeah.
I've always been dyslexic.
Me too. I agree. I don't think there's a problem here. In fact, I think in a healthy democracy, notices of motion are great. It means that a free-thinking councillor that comes up with a crazy idea can throw it on the table, and Yanni will remember this because he's been around longer than electricity. Back in the old days, you didn't notices of motion were frowned. The reason it's changed is notices of motion were frowned upon. Like if you even suggested the idea you might bring a notice of motion, everyone around the table looked at you like you'd run over the neighbour's cat. It was, and then if your notice of motion was something people disagreed with, you got a stern talking to in the car park. So that's possibly how other councils, yes, there was name calling in the car park is how things were in the past. That's not the council we have now. And I think that Mary and Phil are running quite a different council, and they don't frown upon people bringing notices of motion. Some of them will get shut down. I'll put my hand up there. I've had some rejected. But that's a healthy democracy. And they will tell me why they're not going to let that one come through, because they fear for my face in public. So they go, look, don't put that. It's not going to be good for your future. So thank you. But in a healthy democracy, like Andre said, like Tim said, what's the problem we're trying to solve here? If staff need a bit more time, let's go with it. And I'm pretty sure I heard yesterday, if it's an urgent one, you can ask and it may be able to come earlier if it's urgent and simple. So then we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't really exist. So let's just support what the staff have put forward and think more about our notices of motion before we put them forward, and we may have more luck getting them through.
Melanie?
I don't think anyone's debating notices of motion aren't a good thing. I actually agree. I don't think we seem to have that many, but maybe that's because a lot get rejected I don't see. So, and it's always, I've got to say, it's always a frustration at community board when we were used to try and put notices of motion through and tell them, have us be told that we couldn't have them, because actually they are very, very, very good for democracy, and especially if you're not chair or deputy chair of a meeting. So I actually was happy with the 15 days if staff think this is okay. I would rather they have longer actually to work on it to make sure it goes through than have less to go, this is a piece of rubbish. I'd rather, and I actually, whenever I put mine through, they're not worded very well because I'm wanting advice back, really, to have a discussion about what's the best way to have this, not like this is the notice of motion I want put forward. So I think more of a working together concept might be quite good around these.
Okay, so we've got Sarah, but I'm sure she spoke before, and I think it might have been a question, so she's allowed to debate.
Thank you. So, you know, notices of motion are a core part of the democratic process, especially like Councillor Coker said, if you're not a chair or sort of a committee and you can't bring things through that way. This has come up because there's a lot of pressure on the organisation when it comes to getting these things processed, and we do have more than before. That might just be that we've all got lots more ideas or don't have a different way to do it. I think that looking at the background of why they're happening will be helpful. It might be that there's other more useful ways to get things done in many circumstances. I think the other thing we probably then need to make sure of is that the resourcing is there in the democratic services part of council to be able to process them. If it's putting a lot of stress on the organisation, is it because actually there's not enough resourcing in that space to be able to do the work without deprioritising other stuff? And I think that if we as elected members feel like more work needs to be done on more things that we put forward, then we need to ensure that the resourcing is available to process those things. And I think that's a different piece of work that will need to be done too. Thanks.
Okay, Jake and then Sam is the...
Wasn't going to talk for long.
Oh, you're the seconder, aren't you, Jake? Sorry.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I think this is actually a really enabling bit of work that on the face of it looks like a penalty. On the face of it, it looks like we have an extra requirement, but actually what we're getting in exchange for that is extra service, because I do believe that actually the culture around this place is pretty good in terms of enabling ideas to happen. Be they good ideas from myself or the type of ideas that Aaron puts forward. It doesn't really matter.
More popular with ratepayers.
And it doesn't matter at the end of the day. So I actually thank staff for actually saying, look, we want to enable this. We want to help you to put your ideas forward. Let us do it in a way that can actually be helpful. So, yeah, happy to support.
Thank you. And lastly, Sam. You're done? Righto. So I've got a mover and seconder. I'll throw that out there. All those in favour, so say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you, that's carried. We've got 10 minutes. We'll get one in or not. It's not any... Yeah. So I think that the other ones are going to take longer than the 10 minutes, I feel. So we'll finish early. No, I don't want to lose concentration halfway through. So, righto. What have we got? We've got 10 to 1, 10 to 2, please. Thank you. we're on the downhill run, so this is very good. We'll do number 13, the council submission on land transport management time of use charging amendment bill. Good to see you.
Kia ora. We take the report and draft submission as read. Just to reiterate, while no discussions or decisions on implementing time of use charging in Christchurch are currently planned, we see that it's important to respond to the legislation to ensure that it's fit for purpose. Staff are happy to take any questions on the draft.
Don't all speak at once. Tyler?
Just for our side, how are we going to figure out the councillors? Are there any nominations at the moment? Anyone wants to do the... No. Oh, you're absolute...
It hasn't got to that part yet, has it?
Definitely do not want to do that.
Oh, insert.
Yes, Susanna.
It's only if we don't approve it today if it needs further amendments.
Okay, so we don't have to approve it today.
No,
If we approve it today, we don't have to make...
Today you don't need 4.
We don't need yet.
Yeah.
But
Oh, good.
I'm sure
Good.
someone is going to put their hand up and say, well, I'd like to do this.
No. I'm good.
So if we don't approve it today, Jake's happy to do it.
Jake's happy to do it. Good. Excellent. Thank you, Jake. So, is there any more questions of staff? Yeah, fire away.
Came in a little bit late. I don't know if you've covered it, but the main thrust of this is that we can look at this as a tool and accept that, but we don't want to be told that we have to put one in or where or when. And you've put that quite clearly in the submission.
That is correct.
Yep.
In terms of the submission, one of the key submission points that we make is around the centralisation of the proposed governance structure. So the first submission point that we make in the submission is around ensuring local leadership and local authority within that governance arrangement, and we've put forward a proposed governance arrangement which should ensure greater local recognition and local leadership in the proposed model.
Yeah, and I'm just noting there that how often you're using that word local, and I think that's really important. So, I mean, if it wasn't like non-PC, I would say put that in capital letters and in bold right throughout it. But that, I mean, it's a key thing that we need to have decision-making in our own area, not from someone else or from a regional body that we have a very small amount of representation in.
Okay.
Thank you.
So who would like to move it? Are you moving it? Pauline's happy to move it and Tyler's happy to second it. Is there no more questions? Is there any debate? Thank you.
I just did mine.
So we've moved 1 to 3. We don't need to do 4.
Yeah. So we're moving 1 and 3. We don't need to do 4 at this stage. Got it?
Yep.
Okay. So it's no debate. Everyone seems happy. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That is carried. Brilliant. Now we'll go on to number 14, the council submission for proposed national wastewater environmental performance standards. Good afternoon.
Kia ora, how you going? So I'll take the draft submission as read, as with the report. Just a little bit of context. It's responding to Taumata Arawai's proposed National Wastewater Environmental Performance Standards. These are the first national standards for wastewater discharges, or how their discharges are treated, monitored and reported. For context, the consultations focus on the standards only. However, it is contextualised through the Local Government Water Services Bill. So we have referenced some points in the submission itself just to contextualise the feedback that we've got. However, we've already provided a submission on that bill and we're not providing any more feedback on that because that's closed. So just for context in relation to the standards, the bill inserts a new section into the RMA which prevents regional councils from setting more or less stringent conditions for wastewater discharges covered by these standards. It allows for 35-year consents, and it also removes te mana o te wai as a statutory objective for Taumata Arawai. So that's I guess, the legislative framework that these standards fall under. And as I say, the submission itself is responding to the practical operationalisation of those standards that have been proposed.
Very good, thank you. Is there any, Pauline?
Thank you. I think it's a good submission. Just looking at 7.7 there and impact on mana whenua. So without reading it out, I mean, there's quite a few criticisms there that you feel that have not been addressed for Māori values and perspectives, etc. Have we encapsulated that or captured that really strongly in the submission?
So yeah, the feedback that we received is consistent with what we've articulated as well. Okay. So there was nothing conflicting.
And Pari, are you happy with that?
Yeah.
Fine. Thank you.
Sarah, please.
Thanks so much. And of course, it does read like point 17 that we've made. It doesn't seem particularly strong when it comes to Te Mana o Te Wai. And I'm just wondering if we could strengthen it by actually saying that we don't want that taken out. And yeah, I mean, that would be my preference, is that we change that one to say not just that, you know, something else should replace it, but actually we shouldn't take out Te Mana o Te Wai.
Yeah, so in terms of that, that's addressed in the bill, and we're responding to the standards. So,
but we do have a paragraph
yeah,
that says the removal of Te Mana o Te Wai from Taumata Arawai's statutory objectives risks weakening iwi and hapu partnership and water regulation. So is that...
So that's just referencing for the contextual purposes, you know, our position on the bill itself. However, any of the recommendations or the feedback we provide in this submission aren't going to have any play in terms of the bill, where the Te Mana o Te Wai is addressed. However, we could look at a different way of referencing it if that...
Sorry, no.
So Te Mana o Te Wai, that has been taken out through the Water Services bill.
Different legislation.
So it's a different piece of legislation. So it's already doing that. Now, it hasn't been enacted yet. However, that's the piece of legislation that's addressing that. The standards themselves will be reflected or operationalised through that piece of legislation.
Okay.
And we are just providing the submission and the feedback in the submission on those standards.
Just the standards only.
Okay.
All right.
Can we still be stronger though? Like that we recommend that a formal engagement co-design process be embedded in future standard development. I don't, even if it's just like strongly reflected, not just reflected, if it's a way to, you know, so the official Te Mana o Te Wai is gone, but we do want to hold up Te Mana o Te Wai when it, without capital letters, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So are we able to add that in at the end there to, yeah. Yeah. I'm just wondering if, Pari, you've got any comment on ways that we could strengthen that paragraph.
I'll have to have a look at it and come back to you, Sarah.
Yeah. So maybe we could just have something in there that's just got a further changes one to reflect a strengthened position on paragraph 17 or something like that. Yeah,
I hear what you're saying.
So another related part of this is number 10, is where we're seeking confirmation that we can continue to voluntarily apply higher treatment standards.
Absolutely.
So it's part of that sort of full system response there.
Yeah.
And so we'd need to validate that and get confirmation on that before we could pursue anything else.
Tyrone, then Pauline.
Thank you. So, I mean, just off the back of Sarah's question and just kind of asking it again in a different way with a hyperlocal context, if I was to say I do not support the reduction of wastewater standards in any way with regard to the Akaroa wastewater scheme, does this submission, do you think, in your view, support that?
What do you think?
No, when we are on our submission, we have made commentary around where we see weaknesses in the standard. But in terms of our karawa, the level of treatment we're proposing right now, the standard that will come out would mean we could have a lower level of treatment if we choose to. That would be a choice of council.
If we chose to.
Yes, however, there was a presentation by Commerce Commission last week. They made it quite clear that if a council chose to do a high level of treatment above the standard, they would be looking at it from an economic lens, and that would have to be a choice of the community, so it would have to be consulted on.
Okay, thank you. No, that's clear.
Pauline?
Well, that sort of flows into mind when you talked about number 10. You know, that do we really need permission to be able to implement higher standards than what the standards are? And then was your response that if we want to do that, we need to have community buy-in for that? Is that what you meant?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, which we would, because before we do anything, we consult fully. So it just surprises me that we need to ask permission to do a job better than...
Councillor, it really is on the economic lens.
Yes.
So Commerce Commission will be going, if you choose to treat higher, you are choosing to spend more money than you need to.
Yeah.
So they're purely looking at it from that perspective. So that's why they said you will need to consult, because you're choosing to spend more than you absolutely have to meet the standards.
Okay, so that's where this reflects community
means,
expectations,
yeah.
environmental values, or mana whenua priorities. So that should be fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tyler.
I see within the standards or the submission that you've also, you may or may not know this, but you have added in particular Mātauranga Māori practices within the submission itself. In terms of the bill itself, I'm referring to one of the points here, point 9 in the submission. The standards must allow for discharges to ground from WTPs, including maturation or oxidation ponds. Can you talk to me a bit more about what the bill itself is currently proposing and referring to this point here?
The standards don't cover that at all. They cover discharge to ground from a wastewater treatment plant once you've treated it. But all the ponds in the country, they leak into the ground. So the that point there is seeking clarification how that would be covered under the standard. This current proposed standards are silent on that.
Okay, so it's, to clarify, it's a bit ambiguous and you want clarity on whether...
Correct.
Okay. No, that's fine. I think that's me. I'm all good.
Yanni.
Thank you. And thanks for the work on the submission. Are you able just to clarify the thinking around the odour issue? And, you know, obviously, is there any understanding of why they're saying that will be dealt with later? And obviously, we're saying we want it dealt with now. It would be good just to get a sense of what the rationale was behind not addressing it now.
No, we don't know why they haven't included it now. Obviously, our submission is that to request that it is included.
And when just in terms of a practical example, so when we're doing a wastewater treatment plant or wastewater discharge, we basically we'd have to do an odour assessment. Are you able just to kind of give us some understanding of the process that is current around this?
So we would do an odour assessment, but the current path for us at the moment is through the RMA. So if these standards are enacted without to include air discharges or odour discharges, would still have to get a consent through the RMA process.
How do you model the air discharge in terms of odour? Or how do you model the odour discharge?
We engage the appropriate experts that have the tools and technology to model that. So there's a number of inputs that will go into it around the treatment, and obviously a number of assumptions, because treatment as it is, you have to make a number of assumptions. So,
Thank you.
Really clear. Is there a set of standards that we currently meet, other than not being offensive and objectionable?
I think on all the treatment plants worked in New Zealand, it's essentially no odours across the boundary. That's essentially.
And this bill these standards would remove, or they would keep it silent, and it would be under the existing RMA until they came up with new standards.
Under the proposed standards, odour discharge, air discharges will be dealt with through the RMA. So you still need a consent under the RMA.
Okay, mate, that's good. Thank you. Right, we've done questions. Would anyone like to have any debate or discussion? Mover and seconder, sorry, yes. It is going to be Tyler.
Have you seen number 4? Number 4? Number 4. You see number 4 where you're... Yep.
Yes, that's right. So that's added in. Okay. Righto. So Tyler, is going to move it. Is that right? And Yanni, are you quick?
I just want to get some clarity in terms of the submission around the odour issue. I'm just concerned that if we're asking them to address it now, that they would make it less rigorous than the existing requirements in their RMA, given that kind of seems to be the focus of their standards. So I just wanted to check with staff around, is there a risk if we ask them to address the odour that they make the standards less onerous, and then we're actually better just to leave it under the RMA at the moment?
We don't know which way they'd go in terms of the standards for odour. Staff just think that if they are imposing standards on the wastewater treatment, they should include odour, because it's all in one.
Yeah, part of. You can't get one without, you get one
Correct.
with the other. Okay, thank you. Who would like to second it?
Give me a second.
Oh, that's right, you did too. Okay, is there any discussion, please? Okay, all happy? Yeah, go for your life.
Just the standards, thank you for a good submission.
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
Yep, that's great. Okay, so no more discussion. I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you, that's carried. Now we come to the derelict building department. And we've got, there we go, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Go for your life.
Thank you. So this report comes out of a resolution from last year for staff advice on the derelict buildings program and expanding that. The report provides information on 2 options, but just as some context, the current legislative framework restricts what council can do in respect of managing what might be defined as derelict buildings. It's derelict buildings as a concept is undefined, and part of the exercise would be to define what a derelict building is. The legislation does define what a dangerous and unsanitary building is and what an earthquake-prone building is, but whether derelict buildings are broader than that, we need to test that. There's legislative tools or sticks, as I call them, that are available for those types of buildings that are defined. But for other buildings, they'd be outside the legislative framework to use sticks. The report outlines some of the methods that we've used in the central city since the earthquake and you'll be familiar with the term Dirty 30 sites and the program of work, which was a suite of tools that collectively got action on the ground, but it remains to be seen what could be achieved in the suburban context. So the advice in the report is that council, the recommended staff position is council doesn't proceed with additional work beyond the status quo, but recognise there is some appetite for action. So if we proceed with further work, we first need to define what a derelict building is, and then carry out an inventory to establish which buildings meet criteria. If there is to be further work, it needs to be geographically focused such that the work is manageable. We can't commit to multiple areas, and the risk is that we have that it becomes bigger than what is possible with the resources available. So we're suggesting a trial, and that the methods are focused on, firstly, engagement with the landowners to facilitate improvement or redevelopment, and that we explore other tools and approaches, including exploring rating as a tool based on what you heard this morning. Okay. Bearing in mind this doesn't have any additional resourcing with it, so we would be diverting resource away from existing programs of work, and at this stage for a trial we'd be able to manage that, but anything more beyond that would require additional budget. So we're proposing taking on board the feedback, a trial, but let's test how effective that is before we go broadening this too far.
I'm happy to move the staff recommendation, and Tim is happy to second it. We have some questions from Victoria, is that right? Yep.
Thank you, Mark. A trial, what sort of time period are you looking at, and what's the mechanism that this will come back to us?
So firstly, as a trial, we need to, as I outlined, establish what a derelict building is by definition, and establish which buildings apply, and identify the tools and report back to you. We're proposing to report back after the election when the new council is formed to outline how we intend to advance it from there.
Okay, so
I was just going to add that the amended recommendation has a date there of 28th of February.
Okay, so I hadn't seen that. So how do you actually, what's the word you say? How do you test the definition of a derelict building? What does that involve?
We can look at using examples. We can identify buildings on a spectrum. So there'll be buildings that are vacant for a long period of time that may not require any improvement, but there's a perception that they're derelict because they've been sitting vacant.
Okay, so there's no legislative guidelines for you in that, but as a local authority, we can come up with our own definition. Is that correct? And is that what you're proposing?
That's
okay.
And effectively, that would be to capture anything. Consider what is beyond the definition of a dangerous and sanitary building, which is defined and has a legislative basis, and what is beyond an earthquake-prone building, and what possible types of buildings would fall into that category based on level of maintenance, condition, and other factors.
Okay, and sorry, then one final question then is, the paper was saying that it wasn't appropriate to extend the barrier sites. So the work that you're proposing is separate and apart to the barrier sites program that you've already got going. This is a new piece of work that you're looking at.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Pauline?
And just to double clarify, and you have with the amendment there that's up, you have the resource to do a trial there with those two specified areas. Is that correct?
We'll make it happen with the current resource, but can't do anything more than that.
Yeah. Thank you. Just wanted to be clear.
Oh yeah, just happy to second the amendment.
You're happy to second the amendment. Celeste had her hand up, and then Yanni. Oh, sorry. Yanni.
Yeah, so thank you for the update. I look at the number of complaints we get for like a month for dangerous buildings. You know, February this year we had 2, January 3, December 2, this is going backwards, November 4, October 3, September 5, August 6, July 8. I struggle to understand why within the existing work program we couldn't take a more hands-on approach with that number of complaints. I mean, it doesn't seem like a massive amount of complaints that are coming in terms of the ability to respond in somehow in a improved way.
What you're describing is effectively the current business as usual approach, which is to a large extent reactive. What is being discussed here is a proactive approach of identifying buildings before there's been complaints.
And it is a different group of staff too. That's the compliance area, and includes engineers and people like that go out and assess these buildings. So it would be a different group of people. But I think one of the notes there is that staff come back and do a briefing on the dangerous and unsanitary buildings process and provide councillors a bit more information there and get some feedback. Yeah,
I think that would be really cool. Is it possible within the statistics to get a breakdown of what's residential and what's commercial as well?
Yes, I think that would, because they're quite small numbers. We should be able to do that manually.
Okay. So just on that note, sorry, I just can't quite read it from here, but do you think we need to specify residential? I mean, in my area, the biggest complaints are the individual residential buildings that stand alone, and I'm just wanting to know that we can have a good focus on that, where we've spent a lot of time in the past talking about commercial sites, and I understand that they're eyesores as well, but
we could add to the noting provision with a focus on residential, but I don't think we leave out commercial, because I think that is a part of it.
Right. Okay. I think that if people are okay, just to add a note saying including a focus on residential. It's just about the note. So
it's note 2, and it would be adding the words. A briefing is scheduled on dangerous and derelict buildings focused on residential.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Oh, that covers both residential and commercial buildings.
Residential and commercial, yeah.
Yeah, residential and commercial, yeah.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. And so that, I mean, effectively, the current legislative framework, there's a lot of regulation around what we can't do, effectively, around the property rights. Is that effectively what's the biggest handbrake at the moment around taking more timely action?
It's quite specific how a building has to be assessed. So we send an engineer or an environmental health officer to assess the building, and it really depends what comes back from that assessment. If engineer says it's dangerous, then we can move to the next step. If they say it's not dangerous, then we can't categorise it as a dangerous building.
You'd be happy for us to put in like areas of concern ahead of the briefing, so that when we had the briefing, they could
certainly happy to
be looked at. And the only other question I had was, in terms of working with FENS, would that be a suitable partner to also have at the briefing, just so we can get that kind of combined look at?
We can explore that, and if appropriate, we can include them in the briefing. I know FENS do look at the dangerous buildings as well. We do sometimes involve them in the assessment.
Okay, righto. Mel, then back.
In the Act about the dangerous, affected or unsanitary buildings, it says what territorial authorities may do, and talks about, which I haven't read, section 1251, about requiring work to be carried out on the building to reduce or remove the danger or prevent the building from remaining insanitary, which is more than just putting a fence around. Does that give council actual powers to do something, or is there limits in this Act? Because if we do have the powers to do things, I think we should be doing more, and if we don't, we should be going to central government to get that Act fixed.
Yes, so sorry I haven't got the Act in front of me, but
for a building that's deemed dangerous, so just a plain meaning of the term dangerous and unsanitary is where there's an immediate threat to people or property warranting immediate action. And powers that we have under the Act include prohibiting occupation of the building, requiring the owner to take steps to reduce or remove the danger, or in an emergency to take action itself to make a building safe, as in council taking action to make it safe if there's an emergency risk.
But if no one's occupying the building, this is the thing, isn't it? And this is the part that nobody really thinks seems very logical, I suppose, is that if a building is completely insanitary, if we chuck a fence around it and say you can't go there, then otherwise that's totally fine.
So the threshold is higher for evidence, so typically would require an expert engineering assessment. So, I mean, there is the option for council to lobby central government, but it may not be a priority.
Yeah, and coming back to your point, yes, they can make a building safe by restricting access to it.
And I think Antonio Hall for a while has been like that, where they've fenced off the site. The building itself is dangerous, but they've restricted access to the site.
Yeah, so you're making something safe by getting around it.
Yes, by fencing, for example.
I do know if August 2024, LGNZ proposed to pursue the matter with government with a view to tightening of requirements, but I can't comment where that's got to. But perhaps we can touch on that in the next briefing.
Well, as we're not part of that,
No,
it
no.
might be good for us to do something individually. Hey?
Again, that briefing that is proposed before June could be an opportunity to explore that further.
Victoria?
Look, I note that this has come up specifically with reference to New Brighton, given that there does appear to be a proliferation of derelict buildings here. I wonder, from your staff perspective, is it a help or a hindrance to be site-specific in this recommendation with the next piece of work you're doing?
I think through our partners, we have an understanding of different buildings in New Brighton such that we can narrow it down quite quickly. And also given the fact there's a lot of activity happening in New Brighton, such that it will narrow down in terms of sites without being specific here.
Tyrone?
So when the derelict or unsanitary building is a council-owned building like Kukapa Hostel or Jeannie's Cottage in Akaroa or Donald Street Stables or the garage at Steadfast Reserve, what options are open to council to be able to sort of act quickly on those, or if there is no budget or an unwillingness in the community to repair them?
So these are council-owned buildings
Yep.
you're talking about. We probably can't answer that in this discussion.
Okay.
That's for the building owner, whoever's responsible for those buildings.
We could potentially cover that in a briefing with those building owner representatives.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Celeste's got a hand up. Are you? I assume you're moving this. Yes. Yeah, so that's it. Okay. Any?
Do you want me to
You want
move
to
on?
you're far away.
Yep. I mean, basically, it's been explained extremely well, so there's probably not too much more to add. The idea is really just to have a very targeted approach. The challenge with derelict buildings is there is actually quite a clear gap in what we can do. So, as has been touched on, there is actually very limited we can do outside the dangerous and sanitary buildings legislation. So this is just looking at additional measures and getting clarity on what they could be. And then through this very targeted trial, we'll be able to look at where else we can apply this. So because it's very targeted, staff have confirmed that it won't be using too much resource. It just makes sense. And the timing's quite key because we see that there's quite a lot of turnover in the New Brighton area, and what we're saying to the developers that are investing to the area is we're not going to let those that aren't doing anything hold them back, because I think we have a responsibility to show that people have to do the right thing. So this is part of that.
Okay, just one question from me, guys. What your staff recommendation is 99% doing what the amendment's doing, asking anyway, especially with the trial side of things. Is that right, or am I missing something here?
The staff recommendation was to continue status quo, which was principally reactive in response to dangerous and sanitary and earthquake-prone buildings, and continuing our case management service to the extent that that would affect properties. But this is a lighter shade of the alternative option that staff put forward.
Okay. Right. So we should have.
Could we just clarify, Councillor Donovan, is your proposed amendments to add these additional recommendations or to replace the staff recommendations with your ones?
It's instead of.
Instead of.
Replacement, is it?
Yep.
Is it?
That's right.
So 3 and 4 could go of the original recommendations and be replaced with the amendments.
Right. Okay, so that's what your your motion is, Councillor Donovan.
Yeah, keep 1 and 2.
Yeah, and leave 4, so replace 3. No, Councillor Coker suggested 4 stay in, did you? Yeah.
4 would, Mayor, I'd suggest 4 needs to be replaced as well because the last part of 4 notes maintaining the current approach.
Oh, right, okay.
Okay.
Yes, just because if it's a replacement, it's a foreshadowed as opposed to an amendment. Yeah, so it's foreshadowed.
Yeah, foreshadowing. Yes,
Since you're replacing the
whole thing. Okay, so that means we vote on the staff rec, and if that fails, the foreshadow gets thrown out there.
Yep.
Okay. So, any debate or just thank you, gentlemen.
Well, that's what it's a replacement.
Sorry,
I was hoping it was an amendment. It's not, it's a replacement. Yeah. Okay.
I've still got 2 questions, so we'll get those out of the way first. Mel, did you have a question?
I would like to ask Councillor Donovan if her amendment could go where 3 is and keep the first 2 resolutions and change number 4 so it ends at the word process, knowing that we need to put on more budget, or it's an option that we could put on more budget. Why would that be a bad thing?
Through you, Mayor, that would be acceptable. Yep.
So question was a question to Councillor Donovan. Are you happy with that, Councillor Donovan? And then it becomes an amendment rather than a foreshadowed motion.
So we're just going to, okay.
2 minutes.
2 minutes just to.
Righto. So we're moving some of those up into the substantive, are we?
That's, yeah. Are the move and seconder happy to accept that amendment, or do you want?
So just tell me exactly what we're going to do. We're moving the...
Yeah, so Councillor Donovan, as my understanding now, wants to have this as an amendment rather than a foreshadowed motion, and that amendment would be amending the original recommendation to have 1 and 2 there, her new recommendations replacing 3, and recommendation 4 just being slightly amended.
Finishes that
Mm.
So 3 is the one that changes, but so all that other stuff down there doesn't really...
That's all come up there now.
Right.
So we put Councillor Donovan's amendment first, and if that wins, it stays. If it loses, we go back to the original one.
Okay. Right. Any debate for anyone? Thank you, Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. I strongly support us doing more. One of the real frustrations in my community has just been the problem with derelict buildings just sitting vacant, getting vandalised, attracting a whole bunch of antisocial behaviour, and eventually 9 times out of 10 actually catching fire, putting the neighbours at risk, and then not only once they've been burnt, but often they will stand as a burnt shell. Often they'll have another fire, and eventually, months and months and months later, after the community have been complaining, something may get done in terms of the building finally being demolished and removed. But what's clear in my mind is that it's just not acceptable to have that level of risk in a community for such a long period of time. The current system isn't working, so ways that we can improve the system, I welcome. I look forward to the briefing. I do think that there has been some changes over the last decade with FENS coming on board, and it would be really good to look at what more we could do. I do support the idea of being proactive and working with building owners or property owners to try and find solutions. But where that's not possible, I do think we need to look at some sort of greater degree of regulation so that we get better outcomes for our community, because the status quo is not working in my view. We're particularly as a city, because we were hit by the earthquakes, we do have a number of complicated factors around things like insurance settlement and so forth, and I acknowledge that. But actually there just comes a time when it's no longer acceptable, I think, for these risks to be continue to be carried by local neighbourhoods, local communities, and local people. So I thank staff for bringing us this report. I'm very much looking forward to the next briefing, and I support doing the trial to try and learn what we can in the meantime.
Mel?
Yeah, I agree with Yanni. Look, there's lots of places all over the city like this where people have a house that's fallen to wreck and ruin. They usually, I don't know where they live. They obviously don't live there. But these places attract rubbish and they just get filled up like a, I mean, they are insanitary actually. And I can't understand why people want to own them. Actually, if you own these properties, can you get on and sell them, please? Because they're absolute waste of space. So they could be land that could be used for housing, could be used for some other purpose. It just makes absolutely no sense. I mean, they're an eyesore, but I think that's actually the least of the problems. It's everything else and the other issues that go on around it. If we can do anything to encourage people to want to move on from owning these, then we should do it.
Tyler?
Kia ora koutou. I'm going to go from a Riccarton perspective here, and I want to thank staff and Celeste for adding in the Antonio Hall site. Everyone knows at the start of when we first got elected, Antonio Hall was one of the biggest things that Riccarton wanted to see changed. They drove past it every single day and they see this big, beautiful, but run down and dangerous building. It's been like that for many, many years, since I was about 2 years old. So seeing any change come forward is a great way forward. When we went through the PC14 stuff and we tried to take out the historical provisions on it, again, you welcomed that, and hopefully you welcome this one too, to be able to enable and help that developer continue to work forward in a way that's pragmatic. And I want to also appreciate point C and point D, which is something that we don't usually see when it comes to council, exploring additional tools, both regulatory and non-regulatory, that may support the objective of C, which is enabling the landowner to do something about it. There's so much bureaucracy in the way that we do things at council and in government, where they've got to try and fight through different layers of not only zoning provisions, but also those bureaucratic tools that we've got in front of us. The talk about the dangerous building itself, Antonio Hall is actually extremely dangerous. The neighbouring communities have been quite worried because there's been 3 arson attacks, and in high winds, the tiles from the top of the building have been flying into their properties and near their windows and doors. So it's been an extremely difficult time, because even though the property is gated off, temporarily gated off, it's still dangerous when there's a high wind. So those are the things that we need to start thinking about, and I hope you all support that. Kia ora.
Me. I think for a start we should look in the mirror. We've got the Barbados Cemetery Caretaker's House, and we've got the Woodham Park Caretaker's House, which are derelict. And here we are, we do nothing. I've been quietly asking for a year, how do we go? The Com Board in one particular instance is saying, no, we need to hang on to that and spend an absolute fortune doing it up, which is an absolute waste of time. We should look at our own backyard first and lead by example. Otherwise, we're going out saying to someone, oh, Mr. Landowner, you should chop this down, or you should do this or demolish that. If he hasn't got any money or the will or the way to do it, we're toothless. We can't do anything. So I think the system we've got at the moment is as good as it can get. It's working well, and I don't think that this amendment will make one hell of a lot of difference. Any more debate? Jake?
Just to say, it's just a trial. We might as well do something, see how we go, and if it makes a difference in making the city a nicer, cleaner place, then why not?
Okay. Right, so now I am putting the amendment, which is up there. Okay? It's been moved and seconded, yes. So all of those in favour of the amendment, please say aye. Against? No. Yeah, that may have lost.
Do you want a division?
No. Okay, so that's passed. Now we move on to the next one.
Do you want it recorded?
No.
Did you want to call division on that one?
We are getting close. Community Support and Partnership Unit update, please. Claire. And then we go into PS.
I think they need to come to the table first and open it.
Just have a bit of a yarn.
Yeah.
No.
Just check.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good to see you again, Chris, Sina, Claire. The floor is yours.
Kia ora koutou. We're pleased to share the work and achievements of our unit over the past 6 months. Our team has been dedicated to fostering increased community engagement, community development and preparedness for the communities of Christchurch, both geographical and communities of interest and identity. I'm going to provide you with some key highlights from our recent activities, and I've asked Christchurch Bullock to update you briefly on the Weaving the East project. Sina Mulitalo, our Pacific advisor, will also briefly update you, and Gary Watson, our partnerships manager. Throughout the report, you'll find residents and community members have expressed their appreciation for various projects and initiatives, and they include initiatives such as the Nepal Reserve upgrade, the Northwood Arches project, the Oasis Baptist Church building funding, and they value the efforts in community engagement, with examples such as the Brindua Banter newsletter, Riccarton League and Sports Hub improvements, and the Pacific Dragons Den. Additionally, our internship program has have shared how their expectations and experiences have boosted their career aspirations and provided meaningful job opportunities. Overall, the feedback reflects a strong sense of community support and gratitude for the Council's efforts. We've successfully conducted 21 community network meetings to foster connections and collaboration, 11 advisory groups providing valuable insights and guidance, 45 community events bringing people together to build a sense of community, 61 community development projects or initiatives driving positive change, and 34 partnerships with community groups and organisations strengthening ties and working together for a common good. We are really proud of the hard work and dedication shown by our unit staff. Their efforts have significantly contributed to the well-being and preparedness of our community, particularly in the realm of civil defence, emergency management. We've delivered 103 public education events across the city on topics such as emergency management, personal preparedness, tsunamis, earthquakes, floods, and community response planning. We've engaged 64 community groups in community response planning, including schools, community hubs, marae, residents associations and churches. We've reached out to diverse communities, including schools, rural, public, migrant, disability and faith communities to encourage preparedness plans. And we've scheduled 3 EOC scenario training exercises for 2025, focusing on adverse weather events in May, space weather in August, and tsunamis in November. And so over the past 6 months, our work is reflected in 88 decision reports, 90 information reports, 36 memos and 201 admin reports, and 1 publicly excluded report to Council handling sensitive matters. So I'm going to hand over now to Chris Turner-Bullock, who'll give you a quick update on some of the work around Weaving the East. And if I could just ask for questions at the end of the presentations would be really, really useful.
problem.
So thank you. Chris, over to you.
Thank you. So largely you've got a little bit of a report in your agenda, but really to, I guess, touch on a couple of the key parts. So the real key thing with Weaving the East at its basic level, it came out of the independent review into the wastewater treatment plant fire. It's really looking at rebuilding trust and engagement with the communities in the east of Christchurch. I guess at some of the basic levels, what we've been hearing and what we've been trying to do is improve access to information in the East. So we've been doing a lot more letterbox drops, getting the information right in front of people, because we hear there's a bit of a challenge in the digital area. Specifically in relation to the treatment plant, we've started having regular monthly updates to the community board. Those are recorded, giving community real-time updates in terms of the operations of the plant. Then the next steps that we're kind of taking are looking to conduct interviews with community to really hear what some of the barriers are in terms of engaging with council, improving the relationship with council. So we've engaged Sohan to do that work for us. So that's just about to get underway. It's just taken a bit of time to get the contracts in place to do that. Another key part of Weaving the East is around disaster and tsunami preparedness. So that sort of space has kind of stepped up a lot more in terms of the community resilience coordinators getting out into community even more than they were, and council had a briefing on that recently just to update you on some of the numbers and the stats around those engagements that have been happening. One of the really positive things I think with Weaving the East is the message is starting to spread more throughout the organisation. So we're getting a lot more units approaching my team to sort of earlier on to talk about how they can engage with the community better. So that's one of the biggest things that we really wanted to achieve out of this. And I guess in your report you'll see one of the recent but really good examples is pulling together the work that's happening in the tsunami space at the moment, but also understanding that we're about to or council will be about to decide the next steps of the coastal hazards adaptation program. We also have a plan change that's being worked through as well, and using the Weaving the East and the idea of engaging with community better on all of these kind of similar sounding projects. The group of staff are coming together more to talk about and putting community first in their work. So I guess that's probably a good place for me to stop. It's going well so far.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. I'll pass over to you, Sina.
Thanks, Claire. Talofa lava, Mayor Major and councillors. Over the past 18 months, our focus has been on building meaningful relationships with Pacifica communities, ensuring they are valued partners in shaping a resilient and inclusive Aotearoa. One of the most impactful initiatives in the Pacifica Community Garden at Linwood Resource Centre. Since launching in November, more than 460 people have taken part in weekly sessions where elders, Tamaiti from Linwood Avenue Primary and Pacifica teens from Te Aratai College come together to grow, learn and connect across generations. Supported by our mātua groups from Tangata Tumotu Trust, E Tu Pacifica and Vakatau Tua, the garden has become a thriving space of cultural pride and well-being. The Pacifica Community Garden has also been selected for an Edible and Sustainable Garden Award for 2025. The same month, we hosted our first Yavu and Kapasa workshop about effective engagement with Pacific peoples in partnership with the Ministry of Pacific Peoples, with 136 registrations and 129 attendees, of 65% from council, alongside 27 external organisations at Te Ngira Multicultural Recreation Community Centre. Since then, 7 local Pacifica facilitators have been trained in Yavu foundations, helping embed this kaupapa into our future and leadership development. Together with Civil Defence Resilient staff, we've also delivered the Pacifica Community Emergency Foundation course with 25 registered and 16 Pacifica community leaders attended, along with Pacific staff from police and FEES, representing Tonga, Niue, Samoa, Fiji, Rotuma and Solomon Islands local community. The course helped build readiness and trust. And finally, our second Pacifica Mātua Olympics, supported by our RSEA Active Communities Program team and Pioneer Stadium event staff in September, we saw a 200% increase in participation, with 90 elders, 50 young volunteers and over 200 supporters filling Pioneer Stadium in a joyful celebration of community and connection. These initiatives reflect the spirit of our Strengthening Communities kaupapa, grounded in partnership, resilience and people at the heart. Whawhai te le lava.
Gary.
So I'm a late addition to the crew. I went and got a bit of paper because everyone else had one. I do have some stuff on. Hey, so I've got a bit of a zinger of an update really. The last couple of weeks we've had multiple external agencies coming around funding drops that have come from central government. And the Mayor's had an invite to meet with one of our larger groups who's been around for about 20 years delivering youth education services. So they've lost a large contract. We met again with the Hub last week, which you're all aware of. Another contract's gone. So this is more of a heads up that we are coming into a funding round. We are seeing, hopefully not weekly, hopefully it was a bad week last week, but we are starting to see some of those impacts of policy change at a central government level, and the request or the inquiry with us at local council around funding and how we could support some of these to carry on. We've been through this cycle before. We went through it after the earthquake, where a lot of money came in for that first 3 years, and then programs, the funding dropped off. So I guess it's just an early heads up that we'll be having that discussion when we come to strengthening communities, and you may get approached by groups. I'd be really keen to hear if groups are approaching you, so we can go and have a conversation and just get a clear lay of the land of where we are. But it is worrying. Yeah. So mine's a bit of a ad hoc, just a quick update while I had the chance.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to share with you the work of our unit over the past 6 months. I'm happy to open the floor for any questions.
Yep, Sarah, then Yanni.
Kia ora koutou, thank you so much. You guys do a really wide range of work with our communities, and it's often not seen by us because it's out there, which is fantastic. Actually got something that's just on, it's on the objective 3 in preparedness, and talks about that community safety space, and kind of more specifically the central city. It's not mentioned here, but the bus exchange, so there's the igloo, but the security officers, issues around what's happening at the bus exchange. But then the night time, I've had concerns raised from people who, while the centre of the city seems relatively safe, as soon as you go beyond like a block back at night time, it's really people feel unsafe walking to get home, to cars, those kind of things. And I'm just wondering if there's any work we're doing in that space. I know Wellington's got its new city centre safety plan, that kind of thing.
So there's probably, I'm very careful not to have excuses because I don't want them. We fund in a very different way to Wellington does, so that's one thing. I think environmentally, we're doing some work and working with other teams around, I think some of that's environmental, some of it's light, some of it's alleyways, some of it's everything else. Having a look at that. We've formed a really good relationship with those police, local community patrols in town. But I'll be interested to hear where and what those are, so we can actually start to target some stuff. But it is safety is always one of those things where some people feel really safe, some people don't. But environment and CIPTED has sort of become one of those things that we're really trying to work on, especially with what's going on with the new stadium and the new everything else.
That's it. And just maybe we can get some visibility over that at some point. That would be just really useful. Yeah, thanks.
Yep. Thank you. And Yanni?
Yeah, cool. Thank you for the report. And again, just to acknowledge the really good work that you're doing. I'm particularly impressed with the work around the Pacific communities, and I've had a chance to visit the garden, which is great. So well done. I was really interested in understanding what's happening with the Christchurch Youth Council. We had them come to that annual plan. Are you able to give us an update about how they're going, and what's happening with the MOU that we've got with them? Thanks.
Sure. So Councillor Harrison-Hunter's in here, but as the profile lead, we've spent a bit of time. I think it's fair to say that the MOU has been, I wouldn't say in conflict, but we haven't been exactly in line with it. Part of it is, again, not finding an excuse. We wrote an MOU before the last election under structures that we had. Under the structure of this council, we no longer had a youth committee, and that has been questioned by the youth council. the youth advisor at the moment is away, but when she comes back on leave after speaking to Councillor Harrison Hunt, we're going to bring the youth council in and have invite anyone who wants to come to have that discussion, because I think the MOU is as much about you as it is about us, and what they expect from you as councillors and what they expect from us as staff and what we expect from them. So we've got a lot of work to do on it. I don't think the one we have at the moment, we need to change it a lot.
So just a final follow-up in that regard. So we used to have a youth strategy, we used to have a youth action plan. We no longer have those. We got rid of them to put this strategy in place.
Sure.
How are we measuring the outcomes and the well-being of young people in the absence of those strategies?
Yep. So the Youth Council have picked up, they asked for some of the responsibility on that. So they do an annual survey every year. And so the latest one is out now, I think. But they report back on that, and that's what we will report back on to you. It's been one of those things where young people can survey young people a lot easier than someone of my age can survey young people. Not that I consider myself old, but yeah, we are feeling our way through this. We have very good relationships with a lot of youth organisations. The youth council is one we're working on. The Youth Workers Collective we had a good relationship with. Lots of youth organisations. I think Danielle's doing a fantastic job as a youth advisor, but we do have some work to do.
Thanks, guys. Tyrone, please.
Quickly, I just find the spot. So yeah, no, really appreciate the work that's been done. I know there's some really good work that's been done in Cairns Bay in particular, and other areas. But just on the, I just noticed this. So I'm just looking at page 284 on the agenda. It's just under the Te Whenua Place area, and it just says strengthening the Akaroa Heritage Society French Festival Support Committee to support the event's success and long-term financial sustainability. Can you just talk me through that a little bit? Because I was under the understanding that it wasn't proceeding this year.
I'm unable to. I'm not sure, Matt, are you able to on behalf of Banks Peninsula? I'm sorry, I can't respond to you, but we can get that to you. Yep. Absolutely.
Yep. Thank you.
Mel? The information about the Waitai Community Board and improving public understanding, participation and council decision making, etc. Are we measuring? Is there measuring like the benefit that all that work is doing?
So we're about to go out and do surveys with community, both with relationships that we hold, but also sort of with new contexts. So that's why we've engaged an independent person to do that for us, so that they can hear perhaps more honest opinions of community than, say, us that they already know. And then what we've built into that as well is to be able to go back to them after a set period to see if any of those opinions have changed. So ideally we would have liked to have done some of those surveys sooner. It's just taken time to get to the contract, because then it would reflect some of the work we've been doing in the meantime anyway. But from some of our discussions sort of informally with community, we know that they're really appreciating the different ways of connecting and getting that information to them. So we'll be able to report back through the community board, but we'll share with council as well, sort of the initial feedback from those interviews, and then the future one as well.
Because what would be good, I would hope that somehow that the successes that happen there could be moved on to other community boards, not just, oh, that was great, guys, and then forget all about it, but actually something real come from that.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we've talked about as staff as well, because obviously this is born out of the response to the wastewater treatment plant, but it could potentially be a good pilot for some of the learnings out of that, definitely to roll out to the other boards and teams.
Yep, brilliant, thank you. And Celeste, please.
Thank you for all your good work. It's great to get an update. I just had one, I don't know if it's the right forum for it, but it was around the tsunami. It was one under the Weaving the East of one of the pillars around sort of community-led planning with tsunami response. And I was wondering whether we've looked at, because it's quite a big bit of work, how this is integrated into the other work that's underway, making sure that it's not separated out, because I was looking at the government inquiry into Cyclone Gabrielle and some of the learnings from that, and it was talking about that where the strength was community-led stuff, but it's often not integrated well into the planning. So just how do we look at some of the lessons and making sure that it's captured as part of that bit of work, and it's not siloed too much from...
I can speak a little bit. So obviously I'm not in the civil defence team, but one of the things that I know a key priority probably of council as well as the board through Weaving the East and everything is sort of stepping up the readiness for tsunami response. But what we've also acknowledged is that there's already been a lot of response planning done with those communities, and it's not to, it needs to be done in tandem. And also we're aware that community only have a certain level of capacity for doing this work. So where possible, we're trying to join up all of the conversations around that preparedness. Any more than that probably needs to come from Brendan's team than me. But it's definitely something that we're trying to support in terms of our, my local team having a lot of those relationships, and then the community resilience coordinators pointing them at the right people to talk to.
But that probably will be picked up through the briefing that comes to the community board, would be that when council comes to make a decision around the infrastructure part of that we're taking on board. We've done the work in those communities to understand where they think the gaps are, and that's quite thorough. It's not just a tick box, because I think that's actually something that is recognised as being key, but also is recognised as being a gap across the country. So making sure that that's done in quite a thorough way. So maybe one briefing won't be enough to feed into the decision, would be the feedback.
I guess that's something, you can pick up definitely at the briefings. And then on that, obviously there's, I think, a set of free briefings set up in each of the local community boards that are the coastal, in varying coastal impacts. So you'll be able to pick up some of those questions there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Really quickly, is it your area that would be one of the agencies involved in working with the Edgware community to, and also it was the Richmond community around Stanmore Road, to address the antisocial behaviour, that our community board passed a resolution that multi-agencies would work there before we issue the alcohol ban? Is that your area?
Yep.
So would we expect to see an update in here at some point?
I actually thought you had an update, but yes, you can expect to get an update there.
In here would be quite nice, so that it maintains visibility.
Good question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're
for giving
more
me
than
that
welcome.
time.
You're more than welcome. So there's questions. Is there any debate on this or any discussion? Anyone? Yes, Kelly.
Yeah, I just think this is absolutely fantastic work. I think when I think of an organisation like Actis operating in part of my ward, and the way they connect with the community and the information that gives them and helps inform where they're going to put their efforts, I think this is absolutely fantastic, the work that you're doing across the city. The Weaving the East is a really, really positive sort of project, and I think elected members also do this sort of work, getting out and trying to understand their communities. So I think it's a really, really positive thing, and I hope we can support you as much as possible into the future.
Fantastic.
So well done.
Yep, good to go. No more discussion. I'm more than happy to put this to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Absolutely perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're up to the last one of the day. Helen's going to come and have a yarn to us about appointment of electoral officer. And we may have to go into a bit of public excluded, but it's the last one of the day, so we'll see what we do. I'm happy to second it.
Kia ora koutou. This report before you recommends the appointment of an external electoral professional as the council's electoral officer. This is, in my view, and the advice in the report before you, the most effective way to protect the integrity of the election. And I do just want to be clear, it's not to suggest at all that there has been any compromise of integrity or to date, but while the electoral officer is also a staff member, that risk of perception of partiality remains. So, for example, one of the duties of the electoral officer is to deal with any complaints that electoral legislation has been breached, and the decision that an electoral officer takes about how to deal with that complaint could be something that could be questioned at a later date, particularly if that complaint was made by a sitting member who is also a candidate or against a sitting member who is also a candidate. So what I've covered in the report is that an external electoral officer provides that different external independent source of truth. They are somebody who not only has experience of elections in this council, but in a number of councils across New Zealand, which gives a different breadth and depth of experience when it comes to making the difficult calls, and which supports generally the perception of fairness and transparency. We are out of step with the rest of the country here. There are only 6 councils, including us, which have a staff member as the electoral officer. One of those is Chatham Islands, and 2 of those are regional councils. So we are not currently in step with best practice. What I would like to suggest, as I'm aware there's a couple of points which can only be answered in PX, is that the meeting moves into PX at this point. Mr Mayor, is my suggestion to you, and I can deal with those matters there.
Mm-hmm.
And we can come out of PX at the end, would be my suggestion.
So go in now.
To deal with a decision in public.
Go in now, is that what you're saying?
It's my suggestion to you, yes.
Okay, all right, and then we can... Right, yep. Pauline will move, I'll second, go into PX. All those in favour? Aye, against, thank you, that's carried. Happy? Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. And we have Melanie with a question.
I was wondering if I'm not sure how to word this. What I want to know is that whether there'd be any limitations on the way that we perform the voting. My understanding is that last time we sort of had ways that people could deliver their postal vote, not just via the post. Yeah. Will all of those things still remain, and will we still have that flexibility, or does the electoral officer control that? Like, where does the decision making around that come from?
So that planning's already underway about how we support participation and accessibility. That won't be affected by this decision.
Clarify that one of the things is in the legislation is the CE has responsibility for ensuring participation. So the team are already planning that, extending the things like the bins out in a whole of different spots beyond where they are.
Make
and
it as easy as
the
possible.
comms and engagement team are already doing the work so that we're already ahead of the game in terms of addressing the issues you're talking about. When I say we, it's the royal we. That team down there are working.
Are we working with the community engagement team, like to get votes from specific
Yes,
people?
we
and
are.
all that?
We are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
More bins than last time.
Yanni, then Andre.
Yeah, thank you. I just wondered if there was any guidance on best practice of having a returning officer independent of the election, the company that runs the elections. Do you know what I mean? Like, given that this is the same company that runs the elections, is there any guidance around whether it's better to have a returning officer that's independent from that company around process?
I'm not aware of any guidance to that effect, and I'm not aware of any council that has appointed an electoral officer who is not either a professional electoral services officer or a staff member.
Sorry, so most councils that don't have an in-house returning officer use a returning officer from the company that runs the election.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
They do.
Okay. Thanks.
Andre.
Just on the engagement participation stuff, is that something we'll have a briefing on in the nearest future? Yes. Not cool. Thank you.
Okay, so we have everyone happy? Oh, debate? No. Righto. We have a mover and seconder. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Wonderful. Thank you. Carried. So we do the Karakura part. We got there in the end. Kia whaka, te tapu, kia wata, ai te ara, kia turiki, okataka ai, kia turiki, okataka ai. Hooray, hooray, ta. Thank you so much, everyone.